Welcome to the Linux full course. As the world of cybersecurity continues to grow, knowing Linux has become an essential skill for anyone looking to excel in the field, especially in ethical hacking. Linux is at the heart of many hacking tools and environments, making it crucial for security professionals to understand its power. Ethical hackers use Linux to secure systems, prevent attacks, and protect sensitive data. And this course will give you the foundational knowledge and hands-on experience you need to succeed. In this comprehensive course, we will cover everything you need to know about Linux, from the basics to advanced topics. We'll also explore its importance in cybersecurity and ethical hacking, starting with Linux fundamentals. You'll get hands-on experience with Kali Linux, which is one of the most widely used operating systems in the ethical hacking community. We'll also dive into key Linux commands, shell scripting, and system administration, which are vital for ethical hackers to secure systems and manage networks. And by the end of this course, you'll be fully equipped with the knowledge and the skills to use Linux effectively in ethical hacking and also cybersecurity roles. So let's get started on your journey to master Linux and launch your career in ethical hacking. Now, if you want to watch similar videos like this, hit the subscribe button and check out our channel for more such content and information. Now, before we move on, here's some quick information. If you're interested in a future-proof career in cybersecurity, then Simplilearn's professional certificate program in cybersecurity is the perfect starting point for you. This is a 20-week program in collaboration with Purdue University and IBM. It also equips you with the hands-on expertise in tools like Metasploit IT, Burp Suite, and Nmap. Also explore generative AI in cybersecurity with real-world projects guided by industry experts. The demand for skilled professionals is skyrocketing, and this program provides all the certification, skills, and the confidence you need to excel in the cybersecurity field. So hurry up and enroll now, and you can find the link below.
Hello tech wizards and digital explorers. Welcome to a journey into the core of Linux, the operating system powering over 2.3% of desktop computers globally and a staggering 96.3% of the world's top 1 million servers. I am Abhisar, and today we are delving into one of the most vital components of Linux, its file systems. Imagine a world where every piece of digital information is meticulously organized, where every byte of data has its own unique place. That world exists right inside your Linux machine. So buckle up as we dive deep into the intricate maze of Linux file systems, exploring how they work, why they are important, and what makes them so unique in the realm of operating systems. In the realm of Linux, file systems like ext4, XFS, and BTRFS aren't just names. They are sophisticated architectures that manage how billions of bytes of data are stored, accessed, and organized. These systems are the unsung heroes, ensuring data integrity and efficiency in a digital world. Today we will uncover how these file systems support everything from your personal blogs to the largest data centers hosting petabytes of information. We will explore inodes, journaling, mounting, and more terms that might sound complex but are incredibly fascinating once you get to know them. And now, Linux offers a diverse array of file systems, each tailored to specific requirements. And now, let's explore some prevalent Linux file systems. So starting with ext2. And then we have ext3, ext4, XFS, BTRFS, ZFS, JFS, and then we have RiserFS. So now, starting with the first one, that is ext2. So ext2, Extended File System 2, that is one of the Linux earliest and most commonly used file systems. ext2 has long been a default choice for many Linux distributions. It's known for its stability and suitability for small to medium-sized partitions, though it lacks a journaling feature, which can complicate file recovery post-crash. Now moving to the next file system, that is ext3, Extended File System 3. Building on ext2, ext3 introduces journaling to track file system changes, reducing data loss risk after crashes. It's a popular choice for its stability, reliability, and performance. And now moving to the next, that is ext4, Extended File System 4. As the evolution of ext3, ext4 addresses some of its predecessors' limitations. It supports larger files, quicker file system checks, and enhanced performance for larger disks. Features like journal checksumming also enhances data integrity. ext4 is a default file system in many modern Linux distributions. Now moving to the next file system, that is XFS. So XFS, that is X file system, that is designed for large-scale storage, and XFS excels in performance and is suitable for file systems up to 16 exabytes. It's a top choice for large data centers, offering scalability, reliability, and featuring like journaling and file-level languages. Now, moving on to the next file system, that is BTRFS, B-tree file system. A newer Linux file system, BTRFS supports copy on write, snapshots, and subvolumes, allowing for multiple file systems within a single partition. It also includes RAID and compression support. BTRFS is still under development and isn't as commonly used as other file systems. Next we have is ZFS. ZFS, Zettabyte File System. Initially developed for Solaris, ZFS is a robust system with features like snapshots, data compression, deduplication, and built-in RAID. Renowned for its data integrity and self-healing capabilities, ZFS is not typically included in Linux distributions due to licensing but can be installed separately. Now moving to the next file system, that is GFS. GFS, Journal File System, that is developed by IBM. GFS is known for its performance and reliability. It offers journaling, file-level compression, and online resizing, making it a strong choice for high-performance systems. And now, the next one, that is Resizer FS. So targeted at high-performance computing, Resizer FS includes features like journaling, file-level encryption, and support for larger files. While known for its speed and reliability, it's less common compared to other file systems listed here. Now moving to key Linux file system directories. So the Linux operating system's file management is predominantly handled through directories, commonly known as folders. These elements are crucial in the Linux file system, serving not just as file holders, but also as organizational tools. Imagine directories as virtual boxes, each capable of storing files and other directories. Directories in Linux play a vital role in providing an ordered, hierarchical framework for file arrangement. This hierarchy commences at the root directory, denoted as / and extends into various subdirectories. This approach allows for a logical and systematic organization of complex systems, enhancing the ease of file management and access. So key Linux file system directories. Each directory in the Linux file system serves a distinct purpose. Here are some of the significant directories. Starting with the number one, that is root directory. So root directory is the highest level in the Linux file system hierarchy. All other directories and files are nested within this root. Now moving to the next directory, that is bin. Standing for binaries, this directory contains essential command line utilities and programs vital for basic system management. And then we have boot. So here lies the bootloader files and the kernel images necessary for system startup. And then we have dev. This directory hosts device files representing both physical like printers and disk and virtual devices like terminals. And then we have etc directory, that is home to system configuration files. These are utilized by various applications and services. And then we have home directory. It houses individual users' directories, providing personal space for file and setting storage. And then we have library directory. This directory stores shared library files needed by system programs. Next we have media directory, a mounting point for removable media such as USB drives, CDs and DVDs. And then we have MNT, that is mounting directory, that is used for temporarily mounting file systems like network file systems or disk images. Next we have OPD directory, a location for additional software packages that are not part of the standard system. And then we have standard bin directory, a directory for system binaries and administrative tools essential for system upkeep. And then we have user directory that contains user level programs, libraries, documentation and shared data files. So these were the directories in Linux file distribution system. And now here are the key concepts in file systems. Starting with journaling file system. So these systems maintain a log referred to as journal. This log records changes to files that are not yet permanently saved on the disk. This feature is particularly useful for recovering lost changes in the event of a system failure. And the next we have is versioning file systems. These systems preserve earlier versions of files. Essentially, they save file copies based on their previous states at specific intervals, offering a backup mechanism that could be based on minute or hourly updates. And next we have index nodes. An inode symbolizes a file or directory detailing attributes like size, permissions, ownership, and physical locations. And now we'll see the demo for the Linux file distribution system. So for that, we will open the terminal with Ctrl Alt T. And now, first we'll see in which directory we currently are in. So we are in home, Abhisar. So first we'll move to the root directory. For that, we'll write the command cd space slash. So now we have moved to the root directory, and here we'll see what types of directories we have. We have bin, dev, boot, etc, opt, run, swap file. So now we'll move to the bin directory. So in bin directory, it contains binaries or essential executable files. So these are the binaries and executable files that we can use in the terminal only. So now, as I will show you, there's a bin and there's sbin also. This is sbin. So now we'll move to the sbin directory. For that, we'll write the command cd sbin, and here we see the directories of sbin. So what does sbin contain? It contains system binaries like mount or delete and the user that are used by the root user. So these binaries can be used by the root user only. And then we have other directories, that is library. So to move to the library directory, we'll write the command cdlib, and now we'll see its directories. So what does it contains? It stores common libraries between bin and sbin. So many directories are stored in the library directory only. So then we have another directory, that is user directory under the root only. So to move to that, we'll write cd user. So it says that, so first we'll move back to the root directory, and then we'll move to the user directory. So it says that no such file or directory is present here. We'll just check. I think it's USR for user. Yeah, it's USR. So user directory is named as USR. We'll move to the user directory, and to see the directories inside user, so these are the directories in user. So user has its own bin and sbin directory, and the binaries here are non-essential binaries. And there's a local directory under user. So it contains binaries that you can combine manually. So these are all the directories under root, and you can go to other directories also, as I have shown you the diagram of all the directories under user or under the root that I have shown in the previous thing, so you can check it out. So in conclusion, the Linux file system with its directory structure is a cornerstone of the operating system. It facilitates efficient data management while upholding system stability and security. Linux file system is characterized by its hierarchical tree-like structure with the root directory at its apex. Various file systems in Linux cater to different needs, each with its pros and cons. The Linux directory structure encompasses an array of directories, each designated for specific function like system binaries, boot files, device files, and user files.
If you've ever opened a computer's file manager, you've probably seen something familiar on Windows. It's that trusty C drive with neat folders like program files and documents. On Mac, you get applications folder, your desktop, and few others. Easy, right? But then you step into Linux and suddenly you're staring at bin, etc, proc, lib, and you're thinking, what alien planet have I just landed on? Now the truth is, Linux organizes its file in a completely different way. No C drive, no fancy icon. Everything starts from a single slash, and every folder hanging from it has a very specific job. And here's the thing, it's not as scary as it looks. In fact, Once you understand it, it's beautifully logical. So in this video, I'm going to walk you through the Linux file system structure step by step in plain simple English. No tech jargon overloaded. And by the end, you'll know exactly what each folder does, where to find your stuff, and how it's different from Windows and Mac. So in this video, we'll be covering what the Linux file system is and how it's different from Windows and Mac, starting from the root directory and exploring key folders like home, bin, dev, lib, temp, and many others. We'll also cover simple Linux commands to navigate and explore the structure, and a few quiz questions to make sure you're following along. Now, before we get started, here's a quick quiz question for you. When you first boot up your computer, which part of the Linux file system do you think is responsible for starting the system? Home directory, boot directory, etc. directory? You can drop your guesses in the comment section below. Now, before we get started, let's first understand what exactly the Linux file system is. You can think of it as the organization system for your computer. Now, every file, program, and setting on your system is stored somewhere. And the Linux system is responsible for organizing all of that into neat directories and files. It's just like the blueprint for your computer's data storage, telling you where to find things and how they are connected. Just like a library has shelf, labels, and categories to keep all the books organized, in the same way the Linux file system works, but with files and directories instead of books. So why do we need this structure? Well, in Linux, the file system is a hierarchical structure, which means everything is organized in layers starting from the root at the top, just like a tree, and the branches off into different directories, each serving a specific purpose. It helps manage data efficiently, ensuring security, and allows the system to run smoothly and quickly. So why are we diving into the Linux file system today? So whether you're new to Linux or a seasoned user, understanding where files are stored and how everything is organized is very important for troubleshooting and system efficiency. Knowing the purpose of each directory will help you to navigate and manage files easily. This video will give you a solid foundation so you can confidently handle tasks and feel in control of your Linux system. Let's have a quick comparison between Windows and Linux. So when you're using Windows, everything feels familiar. You've got your C drive, maybe a D or E drive, and all your files and programs are neatly stored there. File paths uses backslashes like users Alex document, and Windows doesn't care about capital letters. So you can see here in the screen, you can see most of the apps are installed and it's end up with C / program files, right? And also talking about the capital letters, now files.txt and files are treated the same. Most apps you install end up with C program files, so it's pretty straightforward. But here in case of Linux, it's pretty different. The rules are a little different. There are no drive letters. Everything starts with a single root directory. And from there, all your folders and files branch out. File paths uses / like home, Chris, downloads. And it's also case sensitive. So file.txt and file.txt are completely different files here. Now, another big difference is in Linux, everything, your hard drive, your USB sticks, even your keyboard appears somewhere under this slash. You can think of it like this. Now, Linux is a giant tree and this slash is the trunk, and every folder is a branch out here, the bin, etc, home, opt, and everything. Now, once you see the pattern, it actually becomes easier for you to navigate than in Windows. Alright, now let's talk about the Linux file hierarchy structure, or simply how Linux arranges the folders and files. Well, in Linux, there's something called the File System Hierarchy Standard, or FHS for short. You can think of it as a rule book that tells the system where different types of files should go. Now, this standard is managed by the Linux Foundation, and here's the interesting part. No matter where a file is stored on your computer's hard drive or external drive or even a virtual device, in Linux, all of it appears under one main folder, which is the root directory. Now, this root directory is just under a single /. Some folders you'll see only if certain features are installed, like the X Windows system for graphic, but most of these folders are present in all Unix-based systems and they generally work in a very similar way. What we'll be focusing on here is how Linux uses them specifically. So let's dive into the structure and break it down step by step. Let's begin at the top, the very first directory in Linux, which is the root directory. Now, what is a root directory in Linux? Well, the root directory is like the main entry point in Linux. It's represented by a single / and everything else in the system connects to it. You can think of the root directory like the trunk of a tree, and all the other directories like branches grow out from it. This is the highest point in the Linux file system and there is nothing above it. It's the starting point for everything. Now, how does the root directory even work? Well, every file, folder, device, or even a network shared in the system is connected with /. Let's say, for example, your documents, music files, or even your external devices like USB drives, everything will appear under the folder /. But only the root user, that is the administrator, can make changes directly to the / directory. Normal users won't have the permission to modify things out there without special access. Here's an important clarification to make: the root versus this /, the /root versus the normal /. So this is the main root directory and the root is a special directory. It's the personal home directory to the root user, and it's very similar to how the home username in a home directory is used for other people. You can think of root as the root's user personal workspace within the system. Now in Windows, we use different letters like C drive, D drive to represent different parts of a system like your hard drive, external storage, etc. But in the case of Linux, there's no such thing as drive letters. Instead, everything connects to a root directory, even if it's an external devices like a USB drive. This structure makes Linux more unified and flexible as all the files, no matter where they are stored, are part of one system, which is starting from /. Alright, we are at the trunk of the tree. Let's grab the essential tools we'll need, and they are all in the bin folder. So the second directory we are talking about is the bin, which is essential user command. Now the bin directory in Linux, it stands for binary and it contains essential commands that every user can use. So whether they are an administrator or a normal user. These commands are the core tools which are required for running the system and doing everyday tasks for the terminal, which is the command line. But why is bin even important? Well, the commands in bin are vital for working with files and managing your system. Let's say for here, ls, which stands for list the files in a directory. The cp stands for copies, file or directories. mv means move or renaming files. rm is removing files or directories. Ping means checking network connectivity. grep searches for specific pattern in files, and cat will display the contents of a file. You can see these commands are so fundamental that they are available even in single user mode, which is a minimal state where the system can run in, often used for maintenance or troubleshooting. So what happens if you don't have bin? If you don't have bin, you wouldn't be able to perform basic file operations like copying, deleting, or listing the files from the terminal. Now, these actions would be impossible, making the system unusable for normal tasks. If you're familiar with Windows, bin in Linux is similar, same as in Windows, like how we write this in C drive, Windows System 32 folder. System 32 in Windows holds essential tools like command.exe and other system utilities which are similar to how bin stores essential Linux command. So bin is critical directory in Linux because it holds the basic commands that are necessary to interact with the system and manage file. Without these commands, the system wouldn't function properly. But before you can even use bin, Linux needs to actually start up, and that's where boot comes in. Let's make sure you're following along. So I have another quiz question for you. Now, which of these folders in Linux holds the command that help you manage files like copying and moving them? Your options are home, bin, boot. You can think your answer and you can drop it in the comment section below. Now we'll be talking about the boot directory, which is often called the bootloader and kernel files. Now this is where Linux keep everything it needs to start from the system. It contains the Linux kernel, the core of the operating system. It holds the grup, which is the bootloader files, the menu you might see when starting the computer. Now it also includes initial RAM disk file, which is the initrid or initrams, to help the kernel load drivers before the main system even starts. Now without boot, your PC won't even start Linux. Talking about Windows, Windows has boot files like boot mgr and the boot configuration. Okay, the engine is running now. Linux needs to talk to hardware as well. Keyboards, disk and printers. Now this happens when they are stored in the dev directory. Now dev is for the device files in Linux. So in Linux, hardware is treated just like a file. So in hard drives, you have folders like dev sd1, dev nvm. Then you have USB drive, microphone, speakers, keyboards, all have entries over here. Now talking about the two main components, so there are basically two main type of device files here. First, we've got the block devices which store and transfer data in blocks, for example hard drives. Then second, we have the character devices which can send data one character at a time, for example serial ports and keyboards. In Windows, devices appear as E, F, etc. And in Linux, they appear as special files in dev. Now, how does Linux knows how to behave? Now, that's decided in the etc directory. This stands for System Configuration Files. The configuration files, this folder contains all the system-wide settings in plain text. You have your network settings here, the DNS servers, then you have the user accounts as well, startup services like etc, initd, etc. You can also open these files with any text editor because Linux stores configurations as readable text, unlike Windows registry, which is stored in special database. Now we have seen system settings. Now where do you keep your personal files? That's where we have our home directory, which is for personal user directories. Now, every user in Linux gets a personal folder under this home. So if your username is John, your folder would be home John, and you can store documents, pictures, downloads, and even your personal configurations over here. You cannot just modify other users' folder without any permission. It's just like the Windows C drive where users John in Windows, like how we use it. Now we have seen how this home directory works. Now to run applications, Linux needs shared code. And this is where the lib directory comes in, which is for shared libraries. So lib basically contains .so shared object files which are similar to DLL files in Windows. Now these are used by programs in bin and sbin to work properly. Let's say, for example, if bin ls needs to print colored output, it might use a library in this lib directory to handle colors. Next, we'll look at where Linux puts removable devices, USB drives, CDs. And that's where media directory comes in. This is also called the auto-mounted devices. So when you plug in a USB or you insert a CD, Linux automatically creates a folder inside media and it mounts it there. For example, we have media John my USB. Now Windows will just give you the device a new drive letter, whereas in case of Linux, it will treat it as a part of the single directory tree. Let's move on to the next directory. Now, sometimes you don't want Linux to auto-mount devices, right? And that's where the mount comes into play. This is also called the temporary mount point directory, which is used by system admins to manually mount devices or network drives. Also, it's great for temporary use and it also doesn't even affect the media directory from here. Talking about the next directory on our list, which is the opt optional software. We all know that some software doesn't come with Linux by default. We keep it that in this optional software directory. Third-party software and its files are stored here. Let's say, for example, installing Google Chrome manually might put it in this opt Google Chrome directory. So this was for this directory out here. Next one, we've got the sbin, which stands for System Administration Command. Now for system maintenance, admins use special commands. These live in this folder. It contains commands like IP tables, firewall, fdisk, disk partitioning, and reboot. So if you want to access the directory, you want to first initially start up and access the root. Next one we've got on the list is SRV, the service data root directory. So what it does is it basically stores files for services like websites, SRV, www, or FTP servers, SRV, FTP. Now, you must have heard about this directory, which is the temporary files TMP. This is used by application to store short-term data, and also it clears automatically after a reboot. Then we've got this user directory, user programs and data. So the first one we have is the user local. These programs are installed manually from the source. Second, user program data directory, we've got user bin, the user commands which are not in the bin folder. Then we've got the user sbin, where the admin commands not in the sbin. And then we have the user lib, which are related to libraries. The next up, we've got this process information directory. So this is a virtual file system showing live system data. So this particularly will show your CPU details, your memory stats, and information about a specific running process. So now that we have covered all the important file directories, I'll show you a quick Linux command cheat sheet. So here, first up, we've got this ls, which stands for list directory content. Second, we've got this cd directory, which is the change directory. We have pwd, which stands for print working directory. cp source dest, it stands for copy files or directories. Then we've got mv source dest, which is move rename files. RM is for remove files or directories. Stop is for displaying system processes. PS aux is for showing process status. chmod permission file is for changing file permissions. chown user group file is for changing file ownership. grep pattern file is for searching text patterns. cat file is for displaying file content. ping host is to test network connection. SSH is for securing shell connection. And at last, we've got wget URL to download the files. And that's the full Linux system tool. Now you know exactly where Linux keep your files, settings, and even hardware. Once you get comfortable with these, navigating Linux just feel as natural as browsing folders in Windows. Maybe even better. Now that's a wrap on this video. If you like this video, do hit the notification bell and subscribe for more such video by Simplilearn.
Now moving back to our topic, that is Linux versus Windows. So Linux, an open source and complementary operating system, debuted in 1991 courtesy of Linus Torvalds while he was a student at the University of Helsinki. Drawing its foundation from the Unix system, Linux is acclaimed for its robust stability, enhanced security, and versatile adaptability. It's extensively utilized across various platforms, including servers, supercomputers, mobile devices, embedded systems, and desktop computers. On the other side, Microsoft is the architect behind the proprietary operating system Windows. Launched initially as Windows 1.0 in 1985, it served as a graphical overlay for the MS-DOS system. Over the years, Windows has evolved through numerous substantial updates. This operating system is prevalent across a broad spectrum of devices, encompassing personal computers, tablets, and other similar technologies, while Linux has established dominance in server and supercomputer applications. Windows enjoy widespread popularity in the personal computing realm. Windows is often lauded for its user-friendly interface, whereas Linux is celebrated for its formidable stability and security features. In the past few years, Linux has seen a surge in its adoption as a desktop operating system. This rise in popularity can be attributed primarily to the emergence of accessible and user-friendly versions like Ubuntu and Mint. Despite this, Windows continues to maintain its stronghold as the global preferred desktop operating system. Nevertheless, Linux is steadily carving out a significant niche for itself in the market. Now, moving to the difference between Linux versus Windows. So starting with first, that is, Windows uses different data drives like CDE to store files and folders, and whereas Linux uses a tree-like a hierarchical file system. Linux files are ordered in a tree structure starting with the root directory, whereas in Windows, files are stored in folders on different data drives like C, D, or E. Now moving to the next difference, that is, hard drives, CD-ROMs, printers are considered as devices, and whereas in Linux, peripherals like hard drives, CD-ROMs, printers are also considered files in Linux or Unix systems. Now moving to the next difference, that is, there are 4 types of user account types. in Windows, that is administrator, standard, child and guest. Whereas in Linux, there are three types of user account types: regular, root and service account. Moving to the next difference. So Windows administrator user has all administrative privileges of computers, and in Linux, root user is the super user and has all administrative privileges. And now moving to the next one. So in Windows, you cannot have two files with the same name in the same folder, whereas in Linux, you can have, that is, the naming convention is case sensitive. The sample and the uppercase sample are two different files in Linux or Unix operating system. And moving to the next difference, so in Windows, My Documents is default home directory, whereas in Linux, for every user, directory is created which is called his home directory. And talking about more, so Linux is an open source operating system, so user can change source code as per requirement, whereas Windows OS is a commercial operating system, so user doesn't have access to source code. And Linux is very well secure as it is easy to detect bugs and fix, whereas Windows has a huge user base, so it becomes a target of hackers to attack Windows system. And if we compare Windows file system versus Linux file system, Linux runs faster even with older hardware, whereas Windows are slower compared to Linux. And in Linux, as you can see, you can have two files with the same name, and in Linux, you would find the system and program files in different directories, whereas in Windows, system and program files are usually saved in C drive.
If you have never used Linux before and are looking to get into it, this is the perfect opportunity for you to learn on how you can use this operating system in your daily lives. Now, although this video is specifically catered towards people who are trying to get into cybersecurity or who are trying to learn ethical hacking, the more people that get into Linux is that much easier because it just provides an alternative operating system that you can use and perform in your day-to-day lives. Now, it's very important, especially for ethical hackers, to understand how Linux works and specifically how Kali Linux works, that we are going to cover today. Now, Kali Linux is also an operating system dedicated specifically to cybersecurity analysts and hackers, and has a bunch of tools that makes the process of ethical hacking and vulnerability analysis, malware analysis very easy. So, in this Linux crash course, we will learn everything about Kali Linux, what it is, what you can use it for, then understanding a bit more of the Linux system fundamentals. Now, that can span across a variety of topics. For the Linux fundamentals, we often have how to navigate the file system, how we can use the Linux operating system command terminal for creating, editing and just manipulating files. We'll understand some networking commands that can help you. We'll understand how the service mechanism, how to start services, stop services. We'll understand how to install, uninstall some particular tools. We'll also create a small script with Bash so that you can understand how you can use the Bash language to start your scripting journey in Kali Linux directly. Before we move forward, let's check out the CEH certification course by Simplilearn. If you want to learn more about cybersecurity and ethical hacking in general, check out our CEH certification training course. The Certified Ethical Hacker certification is the industry standard for trained penetration testers, and our training program will ensure you are well equipped with all the necessary skills and techniques required to ace the exam. You will get an exam voucher for free with the course, allowing you to learn, master and excel as a penetration tester with a single package. You can find the link for the course in the description box below. That being said, we can get started with our demonstration. Now, the first thing we need to understand is how we can install Linux properly. To install Linux, or Kali Linux to be specific in this case, we will need two things. One, we need the ISO file, which is basically the installation file of every single operating system, and we will need an environment to run it in. Now, many people use Linux or any other operating system as a dual boot in the system, so that when you start up your computer or a laptop, it will ask you, where do you want to boot into? Do you want to boot into Windows or Kali Linux or Ubuntu, something like that. But for easier access, what many people prefer and many people will recommend is using a virtualization software. So what that will happen is you will keep using your normal Windows operating system, but you can use virtualization software like VirtualBox or VMware to run Linux operating systems in Windows directly. It will run in a sandboxed environment, which makes it easier to learn, and you don't have to dedicate another bootloader access, and it just gets a whole lot complicated. Dual booting is a lot more complicated, and it is recommended for beginners to just stick with virtualization software. Now for virtualization software, you will get two options here, which will be VirtualBox by Oracle or VMware. Now I highly recommend VMware because I feel it is much more stable and it has a bit more fluidity when running operating systems. Now since you are running full-fledged operating systems in a single window, your system must have a good amount of RAM free so that it can be completely dedicated to the operating system being run in that sandboxed environment. So I would really recommend VMware over VirtualBox, which I feel has become slightly dated now. Meanwhile, VMware Workstation Player is going to be much better. This is obviously a case of preference, and you can try out VirtualBox if you want. Most of the things will be similar. But once you download VMware and install it, you should be getting a window like this. Now this is the workstation. You can get the VMware Player version, which is the free version. You can get that as well. And again, most of the things will be similar. So now that we have VMware and we have our environment where we are going to install Linux and work on it, let's check Kali Linux. Now Kali Linux, as you can see, it's the world's most advanced penetration testing distribution, and more importantly, it is based on Debian. Debian is one of the you can say the forefathers of operating systems, one of the operating systems which paved the way for many Linux distributions to be based on it. Apart from Kali, we also have another operating system which is called Parrot Security. This is also used by ethical hackers and cybersecurity analysts because this has this functions the same way as Kali Linux, as in it has all the tools and techniques that you may require in your ethical hacking journey. So you can use either of them, either Kali Linux or Parrot Security. And more importantly, for today's video, actually any Linux distribution will do, because this is more about learning the basics, and the basics will stay same irrespective if you go for Kali, Parrot, Ubuntu, or any other Linux distribution that you can think of. But just letting you know that there are two options here. Parrot has a bit more features, but Kali Linux is the industry standard today and has been for like a decade now at this point. So it is much recommended to go with Kali, and that's what we are going to work on today. So to download the ISO file, we'll just click the download button here. And you can see it offers a variety of options. You can directly download for virtual machines, which is, as you can see, it is the recommended, but it is going to deprive you of a few learning things. So what we can do is we will get the live boot system. What live boot will do, it will provide the ISO file, which we can later use to install on our VMware system. So I will go to the live boot. It includes everything. As you can see, I got a torrent file. I will place this torrent for download now. Actually, instead of the torrent, we can just download the point release live image. This version had every tool possible, but this January edition, you can see Kali 2023.1, the January live version, point release live image. You can just download this one directly. Just click the download button here, which is written at 3.8 gigs, the ISO file size. Just click on download, and your download will start. Then remember, once again, you can do this process with Parrot Security directly as well. I think if we go to download button here, yes, we have to choose the security edition. Now they also have multiple versions. For, let's say, the home edition is for daily use, just casual browsing or just multimedia process, all those things. Hack the Box is completely separate service that functions easy to hack boxes. That will be a completely separate edition, similar to Cloud, Architect, and Raspberry Pi. But if you are going to use Parrot Security, get the security edition directly. Just download it from here, and you'll be good to go. But for now, we are just going to install Kali Linux, since that is what the majority of the industry uses, and we'll move forward with it again. These are the containers. Yes. Now what would have happened if you had chosen virtual machine is, as you can see, there are many virtualization software like VMware, VirtualBox and Qemu. What will provide is, it will provide a installed file. It will give a folder where the VirtualBox VMware has already installed Kali Linux. So you can just load up in your VMware system. As you can see, you have to choose open a virtual machine if you download the image directly, this one. So you can just open up that folder and your operating system will load on its own. But after getting the ISO, you can customize a lot of things. The thing about this virtual images are they're not customizable as such. With the ISO, I can customize how much hard disk space I want to devote to just the sandbox operating system, how much RAM usage, although those RAM usage and all can be customized. Everything will be tailor-made based on your specific needs. So we will check that once the download is completed, which is just 1 minute remaining. Apart from that, you can see there is a 64-bit. I think this is 32-bit as well. I'm not sure if 32-bit is required nowadays, considering everything is 64. But yes, before while the ISO is getting downloaded, let's check out VMware Workstation. Now, to get started at creating our sandboxed environment, we will touch upon create a new virtual machine. Yes. Here we can, let's say, check on custom, because we want to customize how much we want to give. Hardware, we can use Workstation 16.x, which is the latest one. Now, here I am going to choose, I will install the operating system later. If I give the ISO file here directly, it will install the operating system on its own, which kind of defeats the purpose. If that was the case, we would have downloaded the live image anyway. I will click on I will install the operating system later. We will choose in the guest operating system, we will choose Linux. And make sure you choose Debian 10.x 64-bit. As we read in the website, it is based on Debian. It's Debian based Linux distribution. Now, this can obviously change. There are other operating systems on which this can be based, like Fedora and Arch, but this one is Debian. So we are going to choose Debian over here, Debian 10x 64-bit, which is the latest version. Click on next. We will name it as Kali Linux and click on next. The number of processors, I am going to give 2 processors here. Total processor cores is 4. This you can determine based on how powerful your system is and how much you can give as it is, because a major part of how a virtual machine runs is not just how much RAM you give to it, is how much RAM is available outside of a sandbox environment. Because if, let's say, your system is has 8 gigabytes of RAM, you devote 4 gigabytes to the virtual machine. Windows itself takes up around 4 GB, at least 3.5 GB when it's sitting idle. So you have to account for all that when dedicating processors, and more importantly, RAM as well. So we're going to click on next for now. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to give 2.5 gigabits of RAM, which should be enough for at least the things that we are doing today. This can be customized later on as well. Let's say you started working and then you realize the amount of RAM that you have given is just not enough and you need a bit more. Then you can customize that later. For now, I'm going to give 2.5 gigabits of RAM. You can see the recommended is 2 gigabit anyway. I'll just go a step further. Click on next. Use network address translation is the network connection, as in what kind of networking it should have, the virtual sandbox should have. Considering it is being run inside an operating system, your Windows, whatever internet connection is given to your Windows, will go to Kali Linux directly. But you can customize that. Let's say you don't want networking, you want host only networking, that you connect the guest operating system to a VPN later on. It's a completely customizable process, but for easiest access, we are going to use network address translation. IO controller types LSI is always going to be the most recommended. So just go ahead with it. Choose SCAI for the virtual disk type. Now, These are different virtual disk types that can be used, and they have different purposes. Like some make it easier to transition between multiple installations of VMware or VirtualBox based on what you've chosen. But SCSI is always considered the best. Disk would be, we will create a new virtual disk. Now, this is the maximum disk size, other disk capacity. How much hard disk storage we are going to devote for the operating system installation and all the files, whatever you work in the system, that will be stored somewhere, right? So we're going to devote the basically the ROM size to make it easier to understand. So I will give 30 gigabits of memory size. Now here you have another option. You can actually allocate all disk space now, as it is written. Allocating the full capacity can enhance performance, but requires all of the physical disk space to be available right now. So the good thing about VMware is, if I think that's in VirtualBox as well, if I do not click this, even though I have greater than 30 gigabits, it does not take up all of the 30 gigabits in your hard disks. It takes how much ever is required. Let's say after installation and everything, it takes up 10 gigabits of space. That is all that will be taken up. It won't take up all the 30 gigabits. The more you keep working and slowly the data increases, the size increases of the virtual machine folder, it will go up to 30 gigabits. That's it. So if you allocate all of it now, it will take up the 30 gigabits directly, and it will be slightly more performance because it will remove that read functionality when the virtual machine is being run. So I will click it, and between these two options, between single files and multiple files, single files is faster, but multiple files will make it easier if you want to move your virtual machine system from, let's say, one laptop to another, or you have to switch between personal and official systems. But for now, I can choose a single file. 130 disk file will be created. You can just put whatever name, and I think everything else is settled. Now what we will do is we will click on finish. It will take some time to create the disk. I think the ISO download would have been completed. Yes, the ISO download is completed by now. It will just take a while to create the disk. There is also Kali Net Hunter, which is a mobile penetration testing platform. It is available only on Android. You can use it to perform small tasks. Obviously, you can't perform everything that you can on Kali Linux desktop environment, but a lot of the things can be performed, like basic network scanning and some amount of sniffing and brute forcing tools. All those things can be performed on NetHunter directly, but that is a video for another day. So we'll just wait till the disk is created, and then we'll move forward with the process. As you can see, the virtual machine is now created. So the next step would be to actually align the ISO file. So we're going to click on Edit Virtual Machine Settings here. We'll select the CD/DVD position, use ISO image file. We're going to browse, go to Downloads, use the Kali Linux ISO, and click on OK. So now we can power on. Select Live System AMD 64 at all times. Okay. You can see a pop-up here below that says install Debian as you would on a physical computer, that we are going to do, which would be Kali Linux. In this case, it just shows Debian because it is based on Debian. That's it. When you're done and the operating system boots up, click I finish installing. So we will do that when the time is correct. So you can see the live boot running up. Okay, you can see Kali Linux is booting up now. You get the usage, CPU usage meter here, and this should be the memory. Yes. Okay, so we have entered booted into the desktop. These are the multiple workspaces, but once again, this is not installed. What we're going to have to do is install this operating system. You can see you can use in the live environment, you can use everything, but you just have to install this operating system directly. The networking system is working. Okay. So once you familiarize yourself with the Kali Linux operating system, and more importantly, in the live environment, you are able to check if the amount of RAM that you have given and your processor in general is able to sustain everything or not. What we will do is we will just power off the virtual machine. We'll again power on, and this time we'll not choose the live system. What we will choose is we'll go down, we'll choose the advanced installation options, we'll click graphical install and install. That's it. Now what this will do is will launch the graphical installer instead of the live system. Some operating systems like Parrot Security, for example, will allow you to install directly from the live environment, but that's it. It's not really a very big difference if you run it from here or there. Now the installer is launched. I'm sorry. We'll click the English language. Yes. It will ask for your location so that it will set your time zone. I will choose India. Configure the keyboard. You can choose American English, considering that is the standard keyboard layouts that is available on the market. It will load the additional components like the networking modules, the input-output device detection drivers, all those things. Some of the partitioning devices as well, I think. It will take the network hardware next. Configuring. Configuring the network with DHCP. Yes. Now that we have to select the host name. The host name, I will just keep it as Kali. That's not a very big deal. This is more important if you're a lot into networking and you want to have particular home network as a kind of like acting as a server for all the devices in your home Wi-Fi. Otherwise, it's not an issue. Same thing with the domain name. I will skip the domain name because it's not really essential for what we are doing here. Yes, but the username will obviously be required. The full name, I will give it as Simplilearn, for example. I'll keep the same username. That was the full name. This is the username. Password, you can give based on your wish. Make sure the password's the same. This is the single user, by the way. You can obviously create multiple users like we do on multiple other operating systems. Now it will check the disk partitioning. Here, since we are installing it on VMware, any virtualization software, be it VirtualBox or VMware, we will use guided, which is use entire disk. Continue. As you can see, we had devoted 30 GB. It is showing 32.2. Similar situation here. We're going to click on continue. All files in one partition, which is recommended for new users. You can partition it to home, where TMP, maybe other partitions as well that you can keep, a swap partition as well, but that's not necessary now. We'll keep all of them in a single partition. Just make sure all the changes are there. It will create the swap memory on its own and click on continue. It will ask that these are the changes being made. Just select yes, continue, and it will start installing Kali Linux into the VMware virtual disk. Now, this will take some time, so we will speed this up and come back to it when the installation is done. So now we have to set the package manager. The main partitioning system is done and most of the installation part is done. We just have to configure the package manager and use a network mirror. Click on yes, APT. You don't need to set up anything else here. You can just click on next and it will set up APT, which is the package manager of Kali Linux. Now what the package manager will do is help us install, uninstall, update the tools and libraries that Kali Linux uses, all the softwares and all the tools that we're going to use later on. It will configure the package manager for now. It's almost done. Now it's installing the grub bootloader, which will, when you start up the system, it will ask you where do you want to log in. Yes, install the grub bootloader to my primary drive. Click on continue. We'll just select dev SDA, which is, you'll find a single drive anyway. Instead of entering enter device name manually, just click on whatever storage space is being written below that. Now if you're using it on VirtualBox or VMware, which we are doing right now, you will get only one storage. That's it. If you're dual booting, you'll get multiple and you'll have to make some choices. But that is advanced and we don't need to get into that right now. For now, only the last one should be enough. Now it is finalizing the installation. Just running a few post-installation clicks, that's all. And as you can see, the installation is complete. So please choose continue to reboot. We'll just press continue. Now it loaded in a lot of the packages during the live version and during the installer so that it can continue with the installation. So it's going to remove that live package now from the RAM and complete the process. As you can see, Kali Linux has rebooted and is going to the installed operating system now. You will run, if you're a beginner into Linux, you will run into a lot of the commands being shown. Just don't freak out, it's all normal. It does take some time to start up depending on how much memory you have given it, how much RAM you have devoted to it, how much hard disk you have given it also depends on that. And obviously it also relies on how much memory your Windows operating system is using, so that how much extra RAM is available and how well Windows can push VMware Workstation. So you have the login screen. We are going to use whatever username and password we had set during installation to log in. Now this will be the root user. You'll understand more about that just now. Let's just allow it to boot completely. Okay. So now we have Kali Linux operating system installed and ready to go. Now what I would recommend, the first thing is just go around, just check. If you're new to Linux, do not make a lot of changes or anything like that, but do move around. For example, if you can just click the start button here, which is termed as applications, you can see a lot of the programs that are installed. Now the good thing about Kali Linux is it's very intuitive. So for example, information gathering, you'll see all the tools that you can use for information gathering. Now same for vulnerability analysis, web app analysis, password attacks, all the brute forcing tools that you can use, the wireless attacks like AirCrack, Reaver example, sniffing networks like Wireshark, etc. So just go around the operating system, see, check the file manager, how it works, and basically get a feel for the operating system directly. Okay, you see here's the file manager. Just check everything, how it's working. You can enter the settings and move and make some small changes. Now a lot of the settings won't matter a lot when running virtually, but it's good to know and understand what are the things that Linux offers. So it's a very important step. One more thing, if you are in a virtual machine, is make sure that VMware Tools is installed. Usually this gets installed directly, but if not, you can just reinstall here. Okay. I think so. Our environment is ready and set up. Now, as you might know, a major part of Linux is the command line. So we're going to click the terminal here, or you can just open right. Terminal has opened. So this is basically the command line that you can use in Mac OS or Windows. So a lot of the things that we do on Linux is in the command line itself. Now you can use general graphical tools like let's say the file manager, for example. You can use graphical tools. You can use other networking tools as well, but it's always better to use the terminal, because one, you can reach things faster compared to a graphical tools, considering you just have to write a single command and that's it for most of the tools, other than having to navigate through a lot of menus and sections and other compartments that you have to do on a graphical interface. So we will have to focus more on this command line terminal. And the first thing that we have to learn in a command line terminal is the sudo user or the root user. We had discussed when creating the user, but I told that will be the root user, considering we're only adding just one user for now. Okay, so let's break that apart actually. Sudo is the keyword that we are looking for. Okay, now the super user or the root user, administrator of the system, is going to be someone who has the all of the access to access everything, all the sensitive files, all the sensitive settings, all those things. Now if you can just see, let's say if I want to open a file, I'm going to put cat etc shadow. It's a permission denied. Cat is the way to open up text files, by the way. Now this file does exist, but I cannot open it because the permission is denied. I'm not the root user right now. I'm just Simplilearn @Kali. Now the terminal does not go into root mode by default, because it's not safe from a security perspective. So we have to check on what are the things that can be done securely. That's why what we will do is we will write down now sudo. Let's say sudo is the command for invoking the root user. We will write the same command, which is sudo cat etc shadow. It will ask you for your root password that we set before. We'll just put the same password, and as you can see, it showed the details of the shadow password, shadow file. So why? So that's the reason actually why it's not recommended to have the root user at all times. It's not recommended. Meanwhile, what you can do is, let's say you work a lot with the sudo password. For example, a lot of the things that we're going to do in this video will require the sudo keyword, which is the root access. Now, if you just open a new tab, for example, you'll get another terminal without any issues. Now, one thing I want to note out is, if you are learning a lot of the tools that require the sudo command, like opening sensitive files like this one, etc shadow, or making small changes that require root access, like changing the network adapter, checking what kind of external devices are being connected from a system perspective, all those things you will require to run continuously. So instead of writing sudo again and again and again for every command, what you can use is this command sudo su. Now what this will do is it will change the terminal, change the user in this particular terminal tab to a root user. Now I will just press enter, and you can see you can check this $sign here. Once I press on sudo su, this will change to a hash, and you can see the user has changed now from the Simplilearn to the root user, which basically has all the permissions to do whatever it can with the system. It can change into hash. So now whatever you have to do, you don't have to write sudo command anymore. You just write cat shadow, and there you go. Now remember, this root user terminal is only valid for this particular tab, not even this window, this particular tab. If I go to this tab here, or I'll just close it and create a new tab, it's still $, and we're in the Simplilearn user anyway. You can't log in directly to the root user for security purposes. Like, let's say, while it is ultra rare for Linux to have any kind of malware, it is always better to not give it all the permissions like you can have in some other operating system like Windows. So you have to dial into root directly. Okay, so you can use sudo command. You don't have to use sudo command if you have the sudo su. A lot of the things, sometimes you'll find commands that will not work, like the cat etc shadow, they will not work, or sometimes the commands will work but they won't work all the way. You'll find something is wrong. So always make it a point to try it with sudo once before moving forward. So now let's understand how we can navigate the file system in Linux. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the terminal again, just increase the size of the text a while. So as you can see, this tilde symbol, this means we're at the home location. To understand how we can determine which directory we are in currently, always remember terminal will open in a particular directory. That's the entire point of the terminal or the command line, for example. To find out what you are in right now, you can just type in the command pwd, which stands for present working directory. Click enter and you can see I'm at the home folder in the Simplilearn. Now this can obviously change. For example, if I want to move somewhere else, now I'll just open the file manager and show you once. This is the home Simplilearn folder. As you can see, it is written here. Thuna is the name of the file manager. This is the home folder. Now you have desktop, documents, downloads, music, all these folders, subfolders, you can say, inside the Simplilearn folder, home folder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move to, let's say, the documents folder. Okay, so the command for that would be cd, which is change directory. So I'm going to write, as you can see, it will automatically try to complete. The more you use Kali Linux, and actually most of the Linux operating systems, the shell or the terminal understands where you go and what you do, all those things. So that way I will going to change the directory to the let's say the documents folder. Now we're going to just write cd documents, and as you can see, there is an extra word here, the documents, which means that now you are in the documents. We can use pwd command again to check, and you can see home Simplilearn documents. Now what if you're at a position where you don't know where you are and what are the files that are present there? For example, I just opened this in the graphical user interface and found out that okay, these are the subfolders that I can get into. To understand what are the folders available at your particular location, the command is just listing for command is ls, press enter. Okay, this is the documents. Apologies. We'll just, to go back one step, right now we are in home Simplilearn documents. To go back a single step, we'll just write cd double dot double full stop. Then you can see once again we are back to home Simplilearn. Now once again, to understand what are the folders that are present, we have to use the command ls, and as you can see everything that is present. The desktop, document, downloads, music, pictures, all those folders can pop up. Now you can move here and there based on where you want to go. Apart from this, let's say if you want to create a new folder for your own, one thing we can do is mkdir. That command stands for make directory. Now if I want to create a new folder by the name of mkdir slp, now remember, make sure you understand which position we are at, which is right now home Simplilearn based on the last pwd. I haven't used cd command, anything after that. So now if I press ls, you can see another folder in the name of slp. Now you can do the same things. You can just go to slp. You can see the path has now changed to home Simplilearn slp. You can go back, and that's how you can work and create folders. To delete, let's say I don't want to have the slp folder anymore, I'll just use rmdir slp. Now if I check ls, we don't have that folder anymore. So that's how you work in between folders. Now one more thing that you can do is just clear, and it will clear up the terminal for you. Now just to check where we are again, home Simplilearn. Now remember seeing the cat folder, right? The cat command using the etc folder and the shadow file. Now let's say if I want to see what is inside the etc file. For example, if I just put down ls, it will only show me what the folders present in my present working directory. What I can do is I can just write ls etc, and these are the folders that are present in the etc folder. So you can check other files listings here as well, and directly giving the full path. So that will ignore the current working directory, the present working directory, and show the folders present in the path that you mentioned. Okay. Apart from that, one more thing that we need to know when it comes to listing out details is the la command. Now all of these commands, this ls, pwd, at least 90% of the commands that you're going to use in the Linux terminal, I just clear this for now. 90% of the commands that you use in Linux will have sub commands, or it is also called as flags, that go along with it. Now for example, in my current present working directory, if I press on ls, I get these folders, right? But these are not the only folders that are present. These are the only folders that are being shown. Now to see the other files and folders that are present in the home folder, I can write the normal command ls. I'm going to add a sub command or a flag if you say -la. And you can see there are much more than the desktop documents downloads. That's something that we were already seeing here. But apart from that, you can see other files and folders here. The .cache, .config, .bash logout, everything you can see. Now everything that has a dot or full stop before it is considered a hidden file. It's not going to show up directly using ls. You have to write the la command, which will show all the files. Now it's very important to understand these sub commands and what are the flags that can be used in different purposes. This is basically the shell. So the more research you do and understand what kind of flags that you can use, it's going to be easier. What can help here is the man command. The man basically stands for manual. You can find it in every Linux actually. Let's say you want to learn what are the flags that you can use with the ls command, for example, or you just want to know what that command is. So you can just type in man ls, and you see it basically says ls stands for list directory contents. Is a description. Here you can see all the sub commands. The flags -b, -d. There's a good explanation for every single sub command that you can use in order to navigate to the file system, or just listing. This is just for ls command. You can do this with almost any command that you want. It says once you've read what you needed to know, just press Q to quit, and there you have it. So that's all about how to list commands, list folders, and navigate through file systems using cd, mkdir, and rmdir. Now about the commands that you saw and all the folders that you were able to see, let's say if I just press lsla, you can see there is a folder called .cache, right? So to enter the file, you also need to just use the cd command. You can see the present working directory has changed. You can just press ls here and see if anything else. Yes, you can see there are other folders here as well. So the entire process remains the same, but just understand that if there are some files and folders that you're not able to see, which is going to happen a lot, considering a lot of the things that are hidden in Linux by default. You can access all of those things, but you need to know the right commands and the right way to access them. So if you are missing out on some files and folders, just make sure you're using the ls command and sometimes even the la command to get the details of everything that you are missing. Now this folder currently doesn't have as such any a lot of missing files and folders like the home folder had. So right now it's not very indicative, but you get the full idea of it. Another thing that you can use apart from the, let's say, the man command is the help command. Help -help. This is small. This is not as detailed as man, and this doesn't work for all commands, but you can do a lot of the commands. If you need a quick answer to something, you can definitely check this out, which is the -help. So while we are clear about folders, like how to manipulate folders, let's take a look about how we're going to work with files, for example. Now, let's say we use the echo command. Echo command is the equivalent of trying to put something on screen. So let's say if I just press echo with the codes, it just print out hello. If I want to put it inside a file, I'll just say, just press Ctrl+0. I'll just pray echo hello. To autocomplete, just press the right arrow on your keyboard. It will autocomplete. After that, echo hello. I want to put this into a file. Let's say my file .txt. Yes. We'll do one thing. This is currently in the cache folder, right? We'll just go back. Yes, this is the home folder. So we're going to do the same thing here. Now, to go back to our history of commands, I want to do the same thing. I want to echo hello into a new file. So I'll just press the up arrow and it will go cycle through my recent commands. So I'll just press enter. And if I just press ls now, you can see in the home folder, there's a new file of myfile.txt. Okay. If I want to, let's say, move this file to one of these folders, let's say I want to move this to the video folders. So the command for that is cp, which is copy. I will copy the myfile.txt to the videos folder. So I'll just enter. I don't need to actually enter videos to see the files like we had discussed. So what we're going to do is I'm going to just type in ls videos, and you can see it has the myfile.txt folder. Now, since I copied it, obviously the home folder will also have the myfile text. In order to remove the myfile text, I have to use the rm command. Now remember, to remove directories we used rmdir. To remove files we just have to use rm. So I'm going to use rm myfile.txt to delete the file. Now if I ls, the home folder does not have. But since it had I had copied kept a copy in the videos folder, I'll press ls videos, press enter, and you can see it still has the myfile command. Okay. Now one more thing that we need to know is the move command. The move command will essentially move whatever folder wherever you want. Let's say I want to create echo hello myfile. Again, I'll press ls and I'll see the myfile.txt folder. Now if I want to move this file, let's say if I use the mv command instead of the cp command, which is just for I want to use the myfile.txt to, let's say, the downloads folder. It's saying permission denied. So what I will do is I will click on sudo. Like we discussed, a lot of the things will not work directly. We will use the same command. We'll use the downloads folder. It will now work. It's time to take a look at users and privileges. Now if you remember our ls command, let's just check my present working directory. It's the home folder. Now if you remember the -la, you see a lot of the characters here, which is dr, w, xr, all those things. Now this is basically to understand what permissions a user has. If you check here, there are folders and files. You can see the folders in the dark blue color and the files in the white color. You can see light blue for links, but it's a completely separate thing. So another thing, the permissions part. If you see, there are three groups here. This is the first group, this is the second group, this is the third group. The first group is the owner of the file. Now what permissions does the owner have? Now for example, right now the owner of, let's say, this one, this file, for example, is root. Most of the time it will be the user, but this time it is root. It has read, write, execute, R for read, W for write, and X for execute. Obviously the owner will be able to do all those things. Now the second group is basically for anyone who is part of the domain group in the users. Like if you remember, while installing, there was a option called create a domain. While we did not create it because we don't have a lot of users right now, but when you create a domain, what are the people in the group who are going to do? So they have the read function, which is the rx for execute, but they do not have the write function. They cannot write directly in this file. Similarly, for the third group, which is anyone outside of the group, so any other user, if they are not in a particular group of the file, then they also have the read function and the execute function, but they will not be able to write into the file directly. So that's how you can check all of the files that are able to that a user can access or not access. That's basically the entire purpose of the privilege section, because we don't want to give undue permission to a people who do not require it. The entire point of security in Linux is a level of abstraction that is providing users with exactly what they are needed. So if you have a user that does not require executable functions to, let's say, the downloads folder, we can cut it off from our end as a root user anyway. So that's about providing privileges and providing access to certain files. Now, like we had discussed, the etc shadow file that we had used when checking the cat file. Now, one more thing that we can do again is understanding what the shadow file does. If you just press cat etc shadow, obviously it will not work. It will just say permission denied. We're going to say sudo cat shadow. This basically has the password hashes for all the users that are in a system right now. You can see the root does not have a hash, because it's not safe to have a particular hash for a user, just from security perspective. The user that we have created, which is Simplilearn, you can see the password hash being mentioned here. Now, depends on how many users you get. If you create 3, 4, 5 users, you can see all the password hashes here. Now, you can why this is password protected by security and we need to use the sudo user command is because if someone has this hash, let's say if someone is a cryptographer and is able to brute force through hashes, then it's going to be very easy to try and figure out the passwords to particular users' passwords. That's why even the hash is not shown with full confidence unless and until they get the sudo user command. So that's about privileges and how you can use the sudo command to bypass the normal user limits. So now let's take a look at some of the networking commands. We're going to clear this one for now. To check the adapters that we have in use right now, you can just write ifconfig, or actually IPA, IPA. Similar information, IPA is a newer variant. It basically shows what are the adapters and the networking conditions right now. For example, you can see Ethernet. Now, even though I am using Wi-Fi on my local system, in network address translation, which is the NAT that we set the network package manager when setting up the virtual machine on this VMware, it will link up as Ethernet. So you can see Ethernet, you can check our local address, you can check the 24 subnet. This is our broadcast address, and this is our MAC address for the system. This is the IPv6 address as well. Now, similarly, this can be checked on whichever system you are being connected to. The IPA at ifconfig is the same. It's just an older variant. Apart from this, there is another command, actually iwconfig. Now, this is particularly for wireless. That was a wrong spelling. iwconfig. Now, right now it will not show any wireless extensions. If you are looking into wireless sniffing, network packet detection, or even wireless hacking, for example, we will publish a video on wireless hacking soon, so stay tuned for that. Apart from wireless hacking, if you are using any wireless extensions, let's say we have small adapters that people can use as portables or wireless cards for Wi-Fi. From some systems that do not have Wi-Fi enabled NICs in their motherboards, the people use modifiable custom portable adapters. So if you have one of those plugged in, you will see it in iwconfig. From ifconfig, you will only maybe able to find out the IP address, and that's it. iwconfig will give you all the information, and you can check later. Coming to different IP addresses, a command that you should be knowing is ARP. Now, if you're not familiar with ARP, that is going to be address resolution protocol. I think IPN will also show the same information. So what both of these do is it basically states which IP address relates to what MAC address. It will also show which one is reachable, which one is stable, all those extra stuff. Now, remember, whatever is being done in these kind of IP addresses and MAC addresses, all of them need to be put in a routing table if you want to connect with each other. Now, how you can check that? Just enter route and you can see the routing table for this particular system. You can see there is a destination for every IP address, there's an open gateway, there is a mask here, all of this stuff. Whatever data needs to travel in between hosts. Now the second host, let's say from this virtual machine, I want to travel, I want to communicate with a system that is in my similar Wi-Fi, in the same Wi-Fi network. Then there must be a routing table connection between them. This can, the example that I gave, the same Wi-Fi network thing, that will mostly be handled by a modem or the router basically. But what if it's not? What if there's just two systems and they're not having any other connection, and you just happen to have a LAN cable connected between them? You have to set these routing tables manually so that you are able to communicate. This is going to be expressly useful if you're setting up in domain group authorities and all those things. But apart from that, it's just a good thing to know how networking works. Now, all of these commands, these MAC addresses, these IP addresses, these are something that are of utmost importance. So learning networking when learning Linux is very essential. I highly suggest learn networking so that you can be able to grasp these things better. Now, based on how you can communicate with particular host addresses, there is a command if you want to check if you can reach a particular host or not. That is using the ping command. Now we'll take a common example for this because I don't have any other system in the vicinity network right now. So let's say if I want to I want to see if I have connection to google.com. Now you can use directly an IP address as well. I'm just going to check ping google.com, and you can see it will start pinging requests directly from the google.com server, whichever is the nearest server that Google has set. You can see it just says that it sent 64 bytes from this particular IP address it received. An ICMP request was sent. The time it took for each request is also mentioned at the end here, 15 ms, 16 ms, 17, 18, all those ms. Now, since we are getting a particular request back, ICMP basically needs a response. If we are getting a response, then that host is reachable. If I did not have internet right now, this would not be possible. I'll just show. I'll press Ctrl C. Whatever command is being run, if you want to stop it on the next terminal, it is best to it is Ctrl C. Okay, just press Ctrl C. It will give a small report here as well. It says 51 packets transmitted, 50 received. How much packet loss was there if some of the requests did not go through or did not receive a response, how much time it was taken, all those things. I'm going to clear. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to disconnect. Yes, the network connection has been disconnected. Now if I put ping.google.com temporary failure in name resolution, as simple as that. So once I connect again, that started. Pretty straightforward. Apart from using domain names, you can also use IP addresses like we mentioned. Now another IP address that we can ping for sure, since we have internet connection, is Cloudflare's DNS resolution address. Now that would be ping 1.1.1.1. Now to have to understand DNS, it basically acts as an address book for all the websites that you see, in whichever way it may be. For example, if let's say we're reaching google.com, when we ping google.com, we saw this IP address responding a request. We didn't saw google.com particularly responding to requests, right? These IP address will depend based on what DNS services Google has and how many servers they have in particular locations. That's why hitting IP address directly also work. That's why DNS is essential. So we're going to ping 1.1.1.1, and you can see we're getting response times for those as well. Now these will be generally faster compared to normal websites. As you can see, the time is much less compared to pinging google.com. Okay, obviously if you can't target something, let's say 1.1.2.5 for example, I'm not sure if that is even a host. 100% packet loss. It just nothing worked. It will not work. It won't send anything. Even if there is a host, let's say if I have an IP address of a system that is in my group, but it does not have permission to receive IPP requests, or it has just closed off all the ports that we cannot connect with it, then it will just not work. It will just say it's not existing. You see, we sent 26 packets, none of them were received, and it was 100% packet loss. That's why. I'll just check once what is the IP address of our system. It was 192.168.72.130. If I 192.168.72, instead of 130, I'll just put 154 or something. Something. There is no host. If there was another address there, it would have received some request. And since there is no host, it says destination host unreachable. That's why you can check if you have connectivity with a particular system in your network or your group or your domain using the ping command. So that's the networking commands. That are all the networking commands that you need to know for now. The basics at the very least. The next thing you have to take a look at is services. Now services will differ wildly based on the system that you are using. For example, on Windows, you see services for different stuff, like for any remote desktop software, you check and you see services. Similar cases with Linux. If I just open, let's say htop. Okay, it does no, we have to install htop. Let's just use top. Here it basically functions, the top functions as a task manager. You can see so many systems, services here, the xorg, thunar, xxtop is running on the background, stuff like that. Now, if I want to start something particular, let's take the Apache web server. Now, Apache web servers have been in use for like years, decades at this point. So in order to function, see how Apache servers use, the first thing I'm going to check is my IP address. This is my IP address. So what I'll do is I will copy this. I'll open my web browser. Apache web servers are hosted on your own IP. So I'll just paste it here and click enter. And you can see there's nothing popping up now. A major reason can this for this can be the server is not running. So one thing what we'll do is we're going to start the Apache server by starting its service. So we're going to use system start system Apache 2 start. Now if I click enter, it'll say it just not work. What I will do is, the correct term was service, not system. And even if I click on service Apache 2 start, it will say it needs authentication. Now this could be bypassed by directly giving sudo and putting in the root password in the command line itself, but all in all it's the same result. So I'll just use my password here, and now I'll just remove the HTTP here because Apache is a local server. Now you can see the Apache web server has loaded based on Apache Debian default page. Now as you can see, the server is working correctly. If I just open the terminal again, now to stop it, I can once again just go sudo service Apache 2 stop. This will stop the service. I'll just press enter. I'll refresh, and there we lose our access. A very good part of Apache servers used to be the ability to hold files, ability to host files, basically for people in the same domain or even the same network. Okay. Now you can see where the files can be stored. Like for example, it says you should replace this file located at var html index.html. So if I just open up my file explorer and go to file system, var www.html, this is where a lot of people can host their files. Okay. Now another better way is to hold a Python server. Now considering all of Linux almost every single Linux distribution now comes with Python pre-installed. So how we can do that is, let that keep running, we don't have an issue. I'll just check. No, actually let's stop that. It will be easier to understand how it's working. If we refresh now, as you can see, nothing is working. So what we're going to do is we're going to start a Python HTTP server. Python -m is the sub flag for it, and HTTP server we're going to start. Now, what is my present working directory? Simplilearn. Let me just clear these. Present working directory is the home folder. If you check what are the folders that are available, desktop, documents, downloads, these are the folders. Now, if I am running the HTTP server on this folder, even though it will only my IP is going to be used for accessing the server, it depends on which folder I am hosting it from. So if I host the Python HTTP server, Python HTTP server from this folder, I just press enter, and you can see it says serving HTTP on 000 is basically your local IP address, and I'm using the port 80. You can use whichever port, that's not really important which port you use. If I refresh now, you can see I see all the folders that are available: documents, downloads. These dot are something other things that we've already seen using the -la command. So all the files are now hosted properly as expected. Similarly, if we want to use, let's say, any other files that we want to share with someone in a network easily, and this can very well function like an FTP server. This is not exactly an FTP server, but this can be easily accessed with just the URL. If someone is in my system, if someone is in my home network, for example, they can just use my IP address, which will be 192.168.702.130. They can check the ping command and see if it is reachable, which it should be, unless and until some particular port is closed. They can just access the files using this one. Now to stop the Python HTTP server, once again just press Ctrl+C and it's gone. So that's how you work with services in Kali Linux, at least from a basic perspective. That's how it's going to work. Now one of the last things that we're going to check is the ability to install, update tools, and basically all the software that you can see here. You see all the applications that can be run, for example, the vulnerability analysis tools, Nmap, SQL Map, Reaver, Pixie WPS, all those things. Now, how do these get installed, updated, and basically dealt with? So, PT, actually apt get also, but those are interchangeable and you can use whichever one you like. I use apt get, but in order to check, let's say if you want to update a system, which is one of the bare minimum needs of every system, right? So the command for that is going to be, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use sudo su, which is the sudo super user. I will just use sudo su and go into the root stage, because almost all of the commands that I'm going to put next require sudo. So I might as well just be without having to type the password every single time. Now, Once I'm sudo usu, the correct command would be apt-get update. Now what this will do is it will check the repositories. Every Linux distribution has a few repositories that it gets the softwares and updates from. It will check the package list. Now for now, the repository that is being hit is the kali.download kali rolling in release, right? So it will update the repositories based on the data available on that particular address. We use the apt-get update command there. So next thing what we are going to do is apt-get upgrade. Yes. So now after the repositories have been updated with the data available on the web server, it says that the following packages will be upgraded. You can see the Apache 2 server needs an update. Then you have CS certificates, script setup, Firefox ESR, which is a Firefox browser for extended support release Linux platforms, all those things, the Mesa Vulkan drivers, Python Flask, all those things. Out of a total 303 upgraded, no new installations are needed and 4 need not be upgraded. So after this operation, you'll see 364 MB of files needs to be downloaded and 24 MB additional disk space will be used. You can either continue using Y or N. So that's how you're going to update your system. Now if I click N and be done with it, this is all about updating. I'm going to clear this out. But how do we install files? For example, if you remember, I typed out a command called htop. It says command htop not found but can be installed with apt install htop. That can once again be apt-get as well. It's not a very big deal which one do you use. I'll just cancel this and I will write out the command myself. Let's use apt for this one instead of apt-get. apt install htop. Now I am able to do this very easily because htop is already in the repository. I have that in the Kali in rolling release repository. That's why, as you can see, the installation has been started. This is the fetched 152 KB, which is the size of htop. It's a very small thing, and the installation is now complete. Now if I just sit on htop, you can see a newer version of the task manager or the system monitor, essentially to see what kind of where the memory is being used, the CPU percentage, all those things. So that's how you can install. If I press Ctrl C again, I'll go back to my command line interface. So that's how you can install. To remove, you can just use apt remove HTTP. It says 1 to remove and 387 kilobyte disk will be freed. If I just press enter, you don't have htop anymore. So that's how you install and remove tools from Kali Linux using the apt and apt-get. Now these apt and apt-get are package managers specifically for Debian and Debian based operating systems. That's why these commands will be consistent across all Debian based distribution systems unless and until they have their own package manager, which is not really the case if they are based on Debian. So similarly, Fedora has DNF, Arch has Pacman, all those things. So those will differ. But if in a particular base distribution, these package managers will be the same. So that's how you can use apt and apt-get to understand how you can install and remove tools. So I think we've covered everything that we've set the agenda for in this Kali Linux tutorial and basically a Linux crash course.
With cybercrime getting more and more complex by the day, corporations are in the need of trained personnel in the field of cybersecurity. Ethical hacking and penetration testing had always been necessary for organizations and the general public to protect the system against malicious attackers. However, with the exponential growth in cyber attacks, the necessity of being trained in ethical hacking is at an all-time high. Many such professionals tend to use Linux distributions for their penetration testing activities. There are specific operating systems which are catered to ethical hackers. These operating systems come pre-installed with the necessary tools and scripts required for ethical hacking. Probably the most famous operating system in this bracket is Kali Linux. For today's video, we will learn about this distribution made by and for hackers. We take you through the intricacies of its hardware and software specifications. Let's take a look at the agenda for today. We start by learning about Kali Linux and a basic explanation of its purpose. We take a look at the history of Kali Linux from the story of its origin to its current day exploits. Next, we learn a few distinct features of Kali Linux that make it an attractive choice for penetration testers worldwide. Moving on, we take a look at the multiple ways we can install Kali Linux to start our journey in the world of penetration testing. In the next few sections, we compare it to an industry rival operating system by the name of Parrot Security Operating System. We take a look at the OS on a grassroots level. Next, we learn about the standout features of Kali Linux and Parrot Security with their unique offerings. We make a direct comparison between Kali and Parrot Security OS as far as their hardware specifications and all-around usability is concerned. We make a conclusion as to which operating system caters to which category of user. In the next topic, we take a detailed look at how we can install Kali Linux on a Windows 10 system using the VMware virtualization software. Moving on, we go through some of the reasons why people should choose Kali Linux as their primary operating system when it comes to ethical hacking and penetration testing. In the next section, we cover the 5 different phases of penetration testing, where each stage is a crucial segment in the entire cycle of an ethical hacking campaign. We also take a look at the most popular tools installed in Kali Linux that are used regularly by ethical hackers as a part of their professional work. Coming to a few live demonstrations, we start by learning some Linux terminal basic commands, set up proxy chains to maintain our privacy on the internet, run a few Nmap scans to find information about our victims, use Wireshark to detect insecure browser traffic traveling through HTTP web pages, learn about Metasploit and its components, and finally use Metasploit to hack into a Windows 10 machine and grant ourselves root access or the admin access, which basically gives us the key to the entire machine. It's no secret that the majority of our internet usage is at the risk of being hacked, be it via unsafe messaging applications or misconfigured operating systems. To counteract this void of digital security, penetration testing has become the norm when it comes to vulnerability assessment. Kali Linux is an operating system that has become a well-known weapon in this fight against hackers. A Linux distribution that is made specifically for penetration testers, Kali Linux has layers of features that we will be covering in today's lesson. Let's take a look at the topics to be covered in this video. We start by learning about Kali Linux and a basic explanation of its purpose. We take a look at the history of Kali Linux from the story of its origin to its current day exploits. Next, we learn a few distinct features of Kali that make it an attractive choice for penetration testers worldwide. Finally, we take a look at the multiple ways we can install Kali Linux to start our journey in the world of penetration testing. Let's start by learning about Kali Linux in general. Kali Linux, which is formerly known as Backtrack Linux, is an open source Linux distribution aimed at advanced penetration testing and security auditing. It contains several hundred tools that are targeted towards various information security tasks such as penetration testing, security research, computer forensics, and reverse engineering. Kali Linux is a multiple platform solution, accessible and freely available to information security professionals and hobbyists. Among all the Linux distributions, Kali Linux takes its roots from the Debian operating system. Debian has been a highly dependable and stable distribution for many years, providing a similarly strong foundation to the Kali desktop. While the operating system is capable of practically modifying every single part of our installation, the networking components of Kali become disabled by default. This is done to prevent any external factors from affecting the installation procedure, which may pose a risk in critical environments. Apart from boosting security, it allows a deeper element of control to the most enthusiastic of users. We did not get Kali Linux since the first day. How did it come into existence? Let's take a look at some of its history. Kali Linux is based on years of knowledge and experience in building penetration testing and operating systems. During all these project lifelines, there have been only a few different developers, as the team has always been small. The first project was called WOPEX, which stands for White Hat Knopex. As can be inferred from the name, it was based on the Knopex operating system as its underlying OS. WOPEX had releases ranging from version 2.0 to 2.7. This made way for the next project, which was known as WAX, or the longhand being White Hat Slacks. The name change was because the base OS was changed from Knopex to Slacks. WAX started at version 3 as a nod, it carrying on from WOPEX. There was a similar OS being produced at the same time, Auditor Security Collection, often being shortened to just Auditor, which was once again using Knopex. Its efforts were combined with WAX to produce Backtrack. Backtrack was based on Slackware from version 1 to version 3, but switched to Ubuntu later on with version 4 to version 5. Using the experience gained from all of this, Kali Linux came after Backtrack in 2013. Kali started off using Debian stable as the engine under the hood before moving to Debian testing when Kali Linux became a rolling operating system. Now that we understand the history and the purpose of Kali Linux, let us learn a little more about its distinct features. The latest version of Kali comes with more than 600 penetration tools pre-installed. After reviewing every tool that was included in Backtrack, developers have eliminated a great number of tools that either simply did not work or which duplicated other tools that provided the same or similar functionality. The Kali Linux team is made up of a small group of individuals who are the only ones trusted to commit packages and interact with the repositories, all of which is done using multiple secure protocols. Restricting access of critical code bases to external assets greatly reduces the risk of source contamination, which can cause Kali Linux users worldwide a great deal of damage as a direct victim of cybercrime. Although penetration tools tend to be written in English, the developers have ensured that Kali includes true multilingual support, allowing more users to operate in their native language and locate the tools they need for the job. The more comfortable a user feels with the intricacies of the operating system, the easier it is to maintain a stronghold over the configuration and the device in general. Since ARM-based single-board systems like the Raspberry Pi are becoming more and more prevalent and inexpensive, the development team knew that Kali's ARM support would need to be as robust as they could manage with fully working installations. Kali Linux is available on a wide range of ARM devices and has ARM repositories integrated with the mainline distributions, so the tools for ARM are updated in conjunction with the rest of the distribution. All this information is necessary for users to determine if Kali Linux is the correct choice for them. If it is, what are the ways that they can go forward with this installation and start their penetration testing journey? The first way to use Kali Linux is by launching the distribution in the live USB mode. This can be achieved by downloading the installer image file or the ISO file from the Kali Linux website and flashing it to a USB drive with a capacity of at least 8 GB. Some people don't need to save their data permanently, and a live USB is the perfect solution for such cases. After the ISO image is flashed, the thumb drive can be used to boot a fully working installation of the operating system, with the caveat that any changes made to the OS in this mode are not written permanently. Some cases allow persistent usage in live USBs, but those require further configuration than normal situations. But what if the user wants to store data permanently in the installed OS? The best and the most reliable way to ensure this is the full-fledged hard disk installation. This will ensure the complete usage of the system's hardware capabilities and will take into account the updates and the configurations being made to the OS. This method is supposed to override any pre-existing operating system installed on the computer, be it Windows or any other variant of Linux. The next alternative route for installing Kali Linux would be to use virtualization software such as VMware or VirtualBox. The software will be installed as a separate application on an already existing OS, and Kali Linux can be run as an operating system in the same computer as a window. The hardware requirements will be completely customizable, starting with the allotted RAM to the virtual hard disk capacity. The usage of both a host and guest operating system like Kali Linux allows users a safe environment to learn while not putting their systems at risk. If you want to learn more about how one can go forward with this method, we have a dedicated video where Kali Linux is being installed on VMware while running on a Windows 10 operating system. You can find the link in the description box to get started with your very own virtual machine. The final way to install Kali Linux is by using a dual boot system. To put it in simple words, the Kali Linux OS will not be overwriting any pre-installed operating system on a machine, but will be installed alongside it. When a computer boots up, the user will get a choice to boot into either of these operating systems. Many people prefer to keep both the Windows and Kali Linux installed, so the distribution of work and recreational activities is also allotted effectively. It gives users a safety valve should their custom Linux installation run into any bugs that cannot be fixed from within the operating system. Professionals in security testing penetration testing, and ethical hacking utilize Linux as their preferred operating system. It provides several configurable distributions that you may configure based on your end use. Kali Linux and Parrot OS are two popular penetration testing distributions. While these operating systems each have unique offerings, the overall choice can differ between personnel thanks to their various tools and hardware specifications. Today we will look at both these distributions and settle on the perfect choice for each type of user. Let's go through the agenda for this video. We will learn about Kali Linux and Parrot Security OS from scratch, while understanding their primary selling points as a Linux distribution catered towards penetration testers. Next, we know about some features of these operating systems that stand out of their package. Finally, we directly compare Kali Linux and Parrot Security OS, thereby making a clear-cut conclusion on which OS is perfect on a per-requirement basis. So let's start by learning about Kali Linux from a ground level. Kali Linux, which is formerly known as Backtrack Linux, is an open source Linux distribution aimed at advanced penetration testing and security auditing. It contains several hundred tools targeted towards various information security tasks such as penetration testing, security research, computer forensics, and reverse engineering. Kali Linux is a multi-platform solution, accessible and freely available to information security professionals and hobbyists. Among all the Linux distributions, Kali Linux takes its roots from the Debian operating system. Debian has been a highly dependable and a stable distribution for many years, providing a similarly strong foundation to the Kali Linux desktop. While the operating system can practically modify every single part of our installation, the networking components of Kali Linux come disabled by default. This is done to prevent any external factors from affecting the installation procedure, which may pose a risk in critical environments. Apart from boosting security, it allows a more profound element of security control to the most enthusiastic of users. Now, let's take a look at Parrot Security operating system. Parrot Security OS is a Debian-based Linux distribution with an emphasis on security, privacy, and development. It is built on the Debian's testing branch and uses a custom hardened Linux kernel. Parrot Security contains several hundred tools targeted towards tasks such as penetration testing, computer forensics, reverse engineering, and security research. It is seen as a generally lightweight distribution that can work under rigorous hardware and software specifications. It features a distinct forensics mode that does not mount any of the system's hard disks or partitions and has no influence on the host system, making it much more stealthy than its regular occurrence. This mode is used on the host system to execute forensic procedures. A rolling release is a paradigm in which software upgrades are rolled out constantly rather than in batches of versions in software development. This ensures that the software is constantly up to date. A rolling release distribution such as Parrot Security OS follows the same concept. It provides the most recent Linux kernel and software versions as soon as they become available. With a basic introduction to the operating systems out of the way, let us take a look at the unique features of both Kali Linux and Parrot Security OS. The latest version of Kali Linux comes with more than 600 penetration tools pre-installed. After reviewing every tool included in Backtrack, developers have eliminated a significant number of tools that either simply did not work or duplicated other tools that provided the same and similar functionality. The Kali Linux team comprises a small group of individuals who are the only ones trusted to commit packages and interact with the repositories, all of which is done using multiple secure protocols. Restricting access of critical code bases to external assets dramatically reduces the risk of source contamination, which can cause Kali Linux users worldwide a great deal of damage as a direct victim of cybercrime. Although penetration tools tend to be written in English, the developers have ensured that Kali includes proper multilingual support, allowing more users to operate in the native language and locate the tools they need for their job. The more comfortable a user feels with the intricacies of the operating system, the easier it is to maintain a strong hold over the configuration and the device in general. Since ARM-based single-board systems like the Raspberry Pi are becoming more prevalent and inexpensive, the development team knew that Kali's ARM support would need to be as robust as they could manage with fully working installations. Kali Linux is available on a wide range of ARM devices and has ARM repositories integrated with the mainline distribution, so the tools for ARM are updated in conjunction with the rest of the distribution. Let's take a look at some of the features of Parrot Security operating system now. Along with a giant catalog of scripts, Parrot Security OS has its own hardened Linux kernel modified explicitly to provide as much security and resistance to hackers as possible in the first line of defense. The configurations in the operating system act as the second gateway, taking care of malicious requests and dropping them off. This is particularly beneficial since should there be a scenario where the latest Linux kernel is causing some particular issue, the Parrot OS development team will most likely iron it out first before passing it on as an update. If the custom hardened kernel wasn't reason enough, Parrot Security developers managed to install more hacking tools and scripts to ensure a smooth transition for the Kali Linux users. All the tools you find in Kali are present in Parrot OS and a few extra ones for good measure. And this has been achieved while keeping roughly the same operating system size between both of them. However, it's not all productivity points for Parrot OS. They provide a choice between two different desktop environments, Mate, which comes pre-installed by default, and KDE. For those unfamiliar with Linux terminology, you can think of desktop environments as the main UI for a distribution. Being highly modular in nature, one can use Parrot Security OS while adding another desktop environment that they find appealing. While Kali Linux has only a single option, Parrot Security has provided two optimized builds with Mate Desktop and KDE Desktop. One of the primary advantages of Parrot OS over Kali Linux is that it's relatively lightweight. This implies that it takes significantly less disk space and computing power to function correctly, with as little as 320 MB of RAM required. In reality, Parrot OS is designed to operate successfully off a USB stick, but Kali Linux does not work well from a USB drive and is generally installed in a virtual machine. Parrot OS is more of a niche distribution if you're searching for something lighter than Kali Linux. Features are great, but what about performance? Real-world metrics. Let us compare both these operating systems directly with respect to their hardware specifications and usability. In the end, we can decide on what distribution is fit for each type of user. For our first point of comparison, let's take a look at the RAM required. For optimum performance of the operating system, which is highly essential when trying to crack hashes or something of similar nature, RAM usage is a very important facet. While Kali Linux demands at least 1 GB of RAM, Parrot Security can operate optimally with a minimum of 320 MB of RAM. For correctly displaying graphical elements, Kali Linux requires GPU-based acceleration, while this is not the case with Parrot Security OS, which doesn't require any graphical acceleration needed from the user side. Once these operating systems are installed on VMware using their live boot ISOs, they take up a minimum amount of hard disk storage. Both of these operating systems have a recommended disk storage of minimum of 20 GB in Kali Linux and a minimum of 15 GB in Parrot Security, so they can install all the tools necessary in the ISO file. When it comes to the category and the selection of tools, Kali Linux has always been the first in securing every single tool available for hackers in the penetration testing industry. Parrot Security, on the other hand, has managed to take it up a notch. While specializing in wireless pen testing, Parrot Security makes it a point that all the tools that Kali Linux provides has been included in the ISO, while simultaneously adding some extra tools that many users will have to install from third-party sources in Kali Linux. Being a decade-old penetration testing distribution, Kali Linux has formed up a very big community with strong support signature. Parrot Security, on the other hand, is still growing, and it is garnering much more interest among veteran penetration testers and ethical hackers. A primary drawback of Kali Linux is the extensive hardware requirement. To perform optimally, it requires higher memory than Parrot Security. It also needs graphical acceleration while demanding more virtual hard disk storage. Parrot Security, on the other hand, was initially designed to run off a USB drive directly, thereby requiring very minimal requirements from a hardware perspective, like just 320 MB of RAM and no graphical acceleration needed. This means Parrot Security is much more feasible for people who are not able to devote massive resources to either their virtual machine or on their laptop hard disk directly. With the comparison done between both of these operating systems, let's take a look at the type of users both of these are catered to. One can go with Kali Linux if they want the extensive community support offered by its users, if they want to go with a trusted development team that have been working on this distribution since many years, if they have a powerful system which can run Kali Linux optimally without having to bottleneck performance, and if they are comfortable with a semi-professional environment which may or may not be very useful for new beginners. One can decide to go with Parrot Security if they want to go with a very lightweight and lean distribution that can run pretty much on all systems. It also has a lot of tools pre-installed, and some of them are not even present on Kali Linux. It is much more suitable for underpowered rigs where users do not have a lot of hardware resources to provide to the operating system, and thereby it is much more feasible for people with underpowered laptops or no graphical acceleration. Compared to Kali Linux, Parrot Security's desktop environment is also relatively easier to use for new beginners. For people who are just getting into ethical hacking, Parrot Security does a relatively better job of introducing them to the operating system and to the various tools without having to dump them into the entire intricacies. The installation of Kali Linux. There are multiple ways to install Kali Linux. We can either install it on a normal hard drive, in a virtual machine software such as VMware or VirtualBox, or we can do that in hard bare metal machines. Now, for the convenience of explanation, we're going to install Kali Linux today on a virtual machine software known as VMware. VMware is able to run multiple operating systems on a single host machine, which in our case is a Windows 10 system. To get started with Kali Linux installation, we have to go to the website to download an image file. We go to Get Kali, and as you can see, there are multiple platforms on which this operating system can be inverted. As per our requirement, we're going to go with the virtual machine section. As you can see, it is already recommended by the developers. This is the download button, which will download a 64-bit ISO file. We can download 32-bit, but that is more necessary for hard metal machines, or if you're going to use it for older devices which do not support 64-bit operating systems yet. After clicking on the download button, we can see we have a WinRAR archive which will have the ISO files. For now, we have downloaded the ISO file and it is already present with me. So we can start working on the VMware side of things. Once the ISO file is downloaded, we open up VMware Workstation. We go to File and we create a new virtual machine. In these two options, it is highly recommended to go with the typical setup rather than the custom one. The custom is much more advanced and requires much more information from the user, which is beneficial for developers and people who are well versed with virtualization software, but for 90% of the cases, typical setup will be enough. Here, we can select the third option, which will be I will install the operating system later. In some operating systems, we can use the ISO file here directly and VMware will install it for us. But for right now, in the case of Kali Linux, the third option is always the safest. Kali Linux is a Linux distribution. So we can select Linux over here, and the version, as you can see here, have multiple versions such as the multiple kernels. Every distribution has a a parent distribution. For example, Kali Linux has Debian, and there are other distributions which are based or forked from some parent distribution. Kali Linux is based off Debian, so we can go with the highest version of Debian, which is the Debian 10.x 64-bit. Go on next. We can write any such name. We can write Kali Linux so that it will be easier to recognize the virtual machine among this list of virtual machine instances. The location can be any location you decide to put. By default, it should be the documents folder, but anywhere you put, it will hold up all the information of the operating system. All the files you download, all the configurations you store, everything will be stored in this particular location that you provide. When we go next, we are asked about the disk capacity. This disk capacity will be all the storage that will be provided to your virtual machine of Kali Linux. Think of your Windows device. If you have a 1 terabyte of hard drive, you have the entirety of the hard disk to store data on. How much data you give here, you can only store up to that amount of data. Not to mention, some amount of capacity will be taken up by the operating system itself to store its programs and applications. For now, we can give around, let's say, 15 GB of information. Or if the recommended size for Debian is 20, we can just go ahead at 20. It depends all on the user case. If you are going to use it extensively, you can even go as high as 50 or 60 GB if you have plans to download many more applications and perform multiple different tests. Another option we get over here is storing virtual disks as a single file or storing them into multiple files. As we already know, this virtual machine runs entirely on VMware. Sometimes when transferring these virtual machine instances, let's say from a personal computer to a work computer, we're going to need to copy up the entire folder that we had mentioned before over here. Instead, all virtual machines have a portability feature. Now this portability feature is possible for all scenarios, except it is much easier if they split the virtual disk into multiple files. Now, even if this makes porting virtual machines easier from either system to system or software to software, let's say if you want to switch from VMware to VirtualBox or vice versa, the performance takes a small hit. It's not huge, but it's recommended to go with storing the virtual disk as a single file if you have no purposes of ever moving the virtual machine. Even if you do, it's not a complete stop that it cannot be ported. It's just easier when using multiple files. But in order to get the best performance out of the virtual machine, we can store it as a single file over here. This is a summary of all the changes that we made and all the configurations that have been settled until now. Now at this point of time, we have not provided the .iso file yet, which is the installation file for the Kali Linux that we downloaded from this website. As of right now, we have only configured the settings of the virtual machine. So we can press on Finish. And we have Kali Linux in the list. Now, to make the changes further, we press on Edit Virtual Machine Settings. The memory is supposed to give the RAM of the virtual machine. The devices with RAM of 8 GB or below that, giving high amount of RAM will cause performance issues on the host system. If the memory has some amount of free storage left, let's say on idle storage, my Windows machine takes about 2 GB. So I have 6 GB of memory to provide. Although if you provide all of the 6 GB, it will be much more difficult for the host system to run everything properly. So for this instance, we can keep it as 2 GB of memory for the virtual machine instance. Similarly, we can use the number of processors and we can customize it according to our liking. Let's say if we want to use one processor, but we want to use 2 different cores, we can select them as well. Hard disk is pre-set up as the SCSI hard disk and it does not need to be changed for the installation of this operating system at all. CD-ID DVD. This is where the installation file comes. You can think of the ISO file that we downloaded as a pen drive or a USB thumb drive which is necessary to install an operating system. To provide this, we're going to select Use ISO image file. We're going to click on Browse. Go to Downloads and select the ISO file over here. Select Open and we can see it is already loaded up. Next, in the network adapter, It is recommended to use NAT. This helps the virtual machine to draw the internet from the host machine settings. If your host machine is connected to the internet, then the virtual machine is connected as well. There are some other options such as host only or custom segments or LAN segments, but those are not necessary for installation. Rest of them are pretty standard, which do not need any extra configuration and can be left as it is. Press OK, and now we can power on this virtual machine. In this screen, we can choose how we want to proceed with the installation. We have a Start Installer option over here. So we're going to press Enter on that. We're going to wait for the things to load from the ISO file. The first step in the installation is choosing the language of the operating system. For this, we can go with English as standard. This is a location. This will be used for setting up the time and some of the internal settings which depend entirely on the location of the user. So for this, we're going to go with India. Configuring the keyboard, it's always recommended to go with the American English first. Many people make a mistake of going with the Indian keyboard if it is possible, and it provides a lot of issues later on. So it's always preferred to go with the American English, and if later we see some necessity of another keyboard dialect that is required, we can install it later. But for now, we should always stick with American English as a basic. At this point, it's going to load the installation components from the .iso file. It is a big file of 3.6 GB, so it has a lot of components that need to be put into the virtual machine, which can also be used to detect hardware. Once the hardware and the network configuration is done by the ISO file, we want to write a host name for the system. This host name can be anything which is used to recognize this device on a local network or a LAN cable. Let's say if we use the name Kali. Domain name, we can skip it for now. It's not necessary as such for the installation. This is the full name for the user. Let's say we can provide the name as Simplilearn as a full name. Next, we're going to set up a username. This username is going to be necessary to identify the user from its root accounts and the subsequent below accounts. For now, we can give it as something as simply123. Now we have to choose a password for the user. Now remember, since this is the first user that is being added onto this newly installed operating system, it needs to be a password for the administrator. We can use whichever password we like over here and use the same password below and press on continue. At this point, it's going to detect on the components on which the operating system can be installed. Like here, there are multiple options like the use entire disk can set up LVM, use entire disk can set up encrypted LVM. For newcomers, it is recommended to just use the first one, since LVM encryption is something that you can learn afterwards when you're much more hands-on with the Linux operating system. For now, we're going to use the use entire disk guided installation and press on continue. When we set up the virtual machine on VMware, we had set up a disk capacity that we gave up as 20 GB. That is the hard disk which is being discovered here. Even though it is a virtual disk, on VMware it acts as a normal hard disk on which an operating system can be installed. So we select this one and press on continue. Here there is a multiple partition system. All the operating systems that are installed have different components. One is used for the keeping of the applications, one for the files, other for the RAM management and other things. For newcomers, it is always recommended to keep it in one partition, and we're going to select that and press on continue. This is just an overview of the partition it's going to make. As you can see, it has a primary partition of 20.4 GB and a logical partition of 1 GB used for swap memory. Now, these kind of naming can be confusing for people who are not well versed with Linux operating systems or in general virtualization. But for now, you can go ahead and press on continue, as this will be fine. We can press on finish partitioning and write changes to disk and continue. It's just a confirmation page. As you can see, it's wrote that SCSI3 is our virtual hard disk of 20 GB disk capacity. We write the changes to the disk. We press yes and click on continue. At this point, the installation has started. Now, this installation will take a while depending on the amount of RAM provided, the processors provided, and how quickly the performance of the system is being hampered by the host machine. On quicker systems, this will be rather quick, while on the smaller ones, this will take a while. Since this is going to take some time to install, as it is being run on a virtual machine with only 2 GB of RAM, we're going to speed up this part of the video so we don't have to waste any more time just watching the progress bar. Now that our core installation is completed, it's asking us to configure a package manager. The work of a package manager on Linux operating systems is similar to the Google Play Store on Android mobile devices and on the App Store for the Apple devices. It's an interface to install external applications which are not installed by default. Let's say for Google Chrome or any other browser which can be used to browse the internet. At this point of time, it's asked us to select a network mirror. We're going to select as yes and move forward with this. Next, it's going to ask us for an HTTP proxy, which we can leave it as blank and press it as continue forward. At this point of time, it's looking for updates to the Kali Linux installation. This will fetch the new builds from the Kali server, so the installation is always updated to the latest version. Now that the package manager is configured, we have the grub bootloader. The grub is used for selecting the operating system while booting up. Its core functionality is to allow the operating system to be loaded correctly without any faults. So at this point of time, if it asks install the grub bootloader to your primary drive, we can select it as yes and press continue. Remember, the installation was conducted on dev SDA. So we're going to select installation of the grub loader on the same hard disk that we have configured. We press this one and press continue. So now the grub bootloader is being installed. The grub is highly essential because it shows the motherboard where to start the operating system from. Even if the operating system is installed correctly and all the files are in correct order, the absence of a bootloader will not be able to launch the OS properly. As you can see, the installation is finally complete. So now we can press on continue and it's going to finalize the changes. Now you can see Kali Linux being booted up straight away. It doesn't check for the ISO file anymore since the operating system is now installed onto the virtual hard disk storage that we had configured before. Here we're going to enter our username and password that we had set up before. And we have the Kali Linux system booted up. And this is your homepage. We can see the installed applications over here, which are being used for penetration testing by multiple security analysts worldwide. All of these come pre-installed with Kali Linux, and others can be installed using the apt package manager that we had configured. We can see a full name over here. And with this, our installation of the Kali Linux is complete. It's no secret that the vast bulk of our internet usage is vulnerable to hacking, whether it's through hazardous messaging apps or faulty operating systems. Penetration testing has become the norm for vulnerability assessment in order to fill this vacuum in digital security. Kali Linux is a well-known operating system in this fight against hackers. Kali Linux, a distribution designed specifically for penetration testers, has layers of features that we will go over in today's lesson and take a look at some of the tools and features that the operating system has to offer. Let's take a look at the video's topics and features that the operating system has to offer. Let's take a look at the video's topics. We start by learning the requirements of an operating system like Kali Linux. We learn more about the core features of the OS and its intricacies. Moving on, we take a look at the 5 distinct stages of penetration testing that dictate the flow of vulnerability assessment in general. Next, we learn about some important tools that can be found on Kali Linux which are geared specifically for ethical hacking purposes. And finally, we have an extensive demonstration where we work on some basic terminal commands, proxy tools, and a couple of highly regarded software from the crux of the operating system.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Let's start by learning why one should learn Kali Linux in the first place. In today's world, an organization's most valuable asset is its information or data. This is true for all kinds of businesses, be it public or private. On a daily basis, they all deal with enormous amounts of sensitive information. As a consequence, terrorist groups, hacking teams, and cyber thieves often attack them. To ensure this safety and protection, businesses use a variety of security measures and regularly update their index. Organizations must be proactive in this age of digitalization by regularly assessing and updating their security. Every day, hackers discover new methods to breach firewalls. Ethical hackers or white hat hackers provide a fresh perspective on security. They conduct penetration tests to validate security measures. Generally, they will penetrate your networks and give you relevant information about your security posture. Once an organization has this knowledge, it may upgrade its security procedures accordingly. The latest version of Kali Linux comes with more than 600 penetration tools pre-installed. After reviewing every tool that was included in Backtrack, developers have eliminated a great number of tools that either simply did not work or which duplicated other tools that provided the same or similar functionality. Occasionally, when conducting penetration testing or hacking, we must automate our activities since there may be hundreds of conditions and payloads to test, and manually examining everything is time-consuming. To improve our productivity, we utilize tools that come pre-packaged with Kali Linux. These tools not only save us time, but also accurately capture and process the data. The Kali Linux team is made up of a small group of individuals who are the only ones trusted to commit packages and interact with the repositories, all of which is done using multiple secure protocols. Restricting access of critical code bases to external assets greatly reduces the risk of source contamination. Although penetration tools tend to be written in English, the developers have ensured that Kali includes true multilingual support, allowing more users to operate in their native language and locate the tools they need to do for the job. Since ARM-based single-board systems like the Raspberry Pi are becoming more and more prevalent and inexpensive, the development team knew that Kali's ARM support would need to be as robust as they could manage with fully working installations. Kali Linux is available on a wide range of ARM devices and has ARM repositories integrated with the mainline distribution, so tools for ARM are updated in conjunction with the rest of the distribution tools. Now that we understand the necessity for an operating system like Kali Linux, let us take a look at some of its core features and offerings to the ethical hacking world. Kali Linux, formerly known as Backtrack Linux, is an open source Linux distribution which is aimed at advanced penetration testing and security auditing. It contains several hundred tools targeted towards various information security tasks such as penetration testing, security research, computer forensics, and reverse engineering.
Kali Linux is a multi-platform solution accessible and freely available to information security professionals and hobbyists. Among all the Linux distributions, Kali Linux takes its roots from the Debian operating system. Debian has been a highly dependable and stable distribution for many years, providing a similarly strong foundation to the Kali Linux desktop. While the operating system is capable of practically modifying every single part of our installation, the networking components of Kali Linux come disabled by default. This is done to prevent any external factors from affecting the installation procedure, which may pose a risk in critical environments. Apart from boosting security, it allows a deeper element of security and control to the most enthusiastic of users. Let us now take a look at the 5 stages or phases of penetration testing. This is the first stage of the penetration test, which is known as the reconnaissance phase. In this stage, the security researcher collects information about the target. It can be done actively, which means you are collecting information without contacting the target, or even both. It helps security firms gather information about the target system, network components, active machines, open ports and access points, operating system details, etc. This activity can be performed by using information available in the public domain and using different tools. The next phase is more tool-oriented rather than performed manually, and it is the scanning phase. The penetration tester runs one or more scanner tools to gather more information about the target. The penetration tester runs one or more scanner tools to gather information about the target. By using various scanners such as war dialers, port scanners, network mappers, and vulnerability scanners, the tester collects as many vulnerabilities which help to turn an attack in a more sophisticated way. The next stage is known as the gaining access phase. In this phase, the penetration tester tries to establish a connection with the target and exploit the vulnerabilities found in the previous stage. Exploitation may be buffer overflow attacks, denial of service or DOS attacks, session hijacking, and many more. Basically, penetration tester extracts information and sensitive data from servers by gaining access using different tools. In the maintaining access phase, the penetration tester tries to create a backdoor for himself. It helps him to identify hidden vulnerabilities in the system and can later act as a gateway to retrieve control of the system. In the final phase of covering tracks, the penetration tester tries to remove all logs and footprints which help the administrator identify his presence. This helps the tester to think like a hacker and perform corrective actions to mitigate those activities. Now that we understand the basics of penetration testing and how ethical hackers go about their way, let us take a look at some notable tools which can be used on Kali Linux. At the top of the chain lies Nmap. Nmap is a free and open source utility port scanner which can be used for network discovery and security auditing. Many systems and network administrators also find it useful for tasks such as network inventory, managing service upgrade schedules, and monitoring host or service uptime. It is most beneficial in the early stages of ethical hacking, where a hacker must figure the possible entry point to a system before running the necessary exploits, thus allowing the hacker to leverage any insecure openings and breach the device. It's a part of the scanning phase of the penetration testing. Nmap uses raw IP packets in novel ways to determine what hosts are available on the network, what services these hosts are offering, what operating systems they are running and their versions, what type of packet filters and firewalls are in use, and dozens of other characteristics. It was designed to rapidly scan large networks but works fine against single hosts as well. Since every application that connects to a network needs to do so via a port, the wrong port or server configuration can open a can of worms which lead to a thorough breach of the system and ultimately a fully hacked device. Next on the list we have Metasploit.
The Metasploit framework is a very powerful tool that can be used by cybercriminals as well as ethical hackers to probe systemic vulnerabilities on networks and servers. As a part of the third stage of penetration testing, it's an open source framework which can be easily customized and used with most operating systems. With Metasploit, the ethical hacking team can use a ready-made or custom code and introduce it into a network to probe for weak spots. As another flavor of threat hunting, once these flaws are identified and documented, the information can be used to address systemic weaknesses and prioritize solutions. Once a particular vulnerability is identified and the exploit is fed into the system, there are a host of options for the hacker. Depending on the vulnerability, hackers can even run root commands from the terminal, allowing complete control over the activities of the compromised system as well as all personal data stored on the device. A big advantage of Metasploit is the ability to run full-fledged scans on a target system, thereby giving a detailed picture of the security index of said system. This also provides the necessary exploits that can be used to bypass the firewalls and the antivirus software. Having a single solution to gather almost all the necessary points of attack is very useful for ethical hackers and penetration testers, as denoted by the high rank in this list. At number 3, we have Wireshark. Wireshark is the world's foremost and widely used networking protocol analyzer. It lets you see what's happening on your network at a microscopic level and is the de facto standard across many commercial and non-profit enterprises, government agencies, and educational institutions. Wireshark is a popular open source tool to capture network packets and converts them to human-readable binary format. It provides every single detail of the organization's network infrastructure. It consists of devices designed to help measure the ins and outs of the network. The information collected through Wireshark can be used for various purposes, such as real-time or offline network analysis, identification of the traffic coming onto your network, its frequency, and its latency between specific hops. This helps network administrators generate statistics based on real-time data. Wireshark is also a cross-platform tool that can be installed on Windows, Linux, and Mac systems to enable hackers in all ecosystems to monitor network traffic irrespective of the operating system. The development team is determined to maintain this level of freedom for their users in the foreseeable future. The next tool on our list is AirGarden, which is a part of the third phase of penetration testing. This is a multi-use bash script for Linux systems to hack and audit wireless networks like our everyday Wi-Fi router and its counterparts. Along with being able to launch denial of service attacks on compromised networks, this multi-purpose Wi-Fi hacking tool has very rich features which support multiple methods for Wi-Fi hacking, including multi-file WPS hacking modes, all-in-one WEP attack, handshake file capturing, evil twin attacks, pixie dust, and so much more. It usually needs an external network adapter that supports monitor mode, which is necessary to be able to capture wireless traffic traversing the air channels. Thanks to its open source nature, AirGarden can be used with multiple community plugins and add-ons, thereby increasing its effectiveness against a wide variety of routers, both in the 2.4 GHz band and 5 GHz band. The next tool is John the Ripper. John the Ripper is an open source password security auditing and password recovery tool available for many operating systems. John the Ripper Jumbo supports hundreds of hash and cipher types, including for user passwords of operating systems, web apps, groupware, database servers, network traffic captures, encrypted private keys, file systems, and document files. Some of the key features of the tool include offering multiple modes to speed up password cracking, automatically detecting the hashing algorithm used by the passwords, and the ease of running and configuring the tool, making it a password cracking script of choice for novices and professionals alike. It can use dictionary attacks along with regular brute forcing to speed up the process of cracking the correct password without wasting additional resources. The word list being used in this dictionary attacks can be used from the user's end, allowing for a completely customizable process. Now that we have covered the basics of Kali Linux, Let us take a look at the agenda for our demo today. We start out with a few terminal commands that are a basic part of a Linux operating system. We configure our own proxy chains to maintain anonymity while running penetration testing attacks on our victims. Next, we run a few Nmap scans on a local Windows 10 machine to find out the type of information that can be gathered in such a scenario. Moving on, we use Wireshark to monitor internet traffic and understand the importance of encryption and security when browsing the World Wide Web. Next, we learn about Metasploit and its various applications in the line of vulnerability assessment of a device. And finally, we use Metasploit to take root access of a fully updated Windows 10 computer system. Let's begin with some terminal basics on Kali Linux. When most people hear the term Linux, they envision a complex operating system used only by programmers. However, the experience is not as frightening as it appears. Linux is an umbrella term for a collection of free and open source Unix operating systems. There are many variants like Ubuntu, Fedora, Debian. These are distributions, which will be a more precise term. When using a Linux operating system, you will most likely utilize a shell, which is a command line interface that provides access to the operating system services. The majority of Linux distributions ship with a graphical user interface, also known as GUI, as their primary shell. This is done to facilitate user interaction in the first place. Having said that, a command line interface is suggested due to its increased power and effectiveness. By entering the commands into the CLI, tasks that require a multi-step GUI procedure may be completed in a matter of seconds. You can start the terminal by clicking on the prompt icon here on top. Once the terminal is opened, we can put up our commands. The first command that we are going to look into is pwd. pwd stands for Present Working Directory. As of right now, what you are seeing is the terminal window by default. If I write pwd and press enter, this shows the directory in which the terminal is being run on. As of right now, it's in the nf folder of my desktop, which is specifically this folder. If I open up this folder, you can see it is currently empty, as in it has no contents. If I use another command known as mkdir, which is supposed to stand for make directory, and I write nf2, shortage for new folder 2. If I open up the nf, you can see the new folder is created. This is how the pwd command works. Another important command to change directories, it's called the cd command. Let's say right now if I am in nf, I want to create a new file in nf2 folder or something else in the nf2 folder. I have to shift to cd nf2. Now if I write pwd, it will show the present working directory of home, Simplilearn, desktop, nf, and inside that I am in nf2 right now. It is done to navigate through the Linux files and directories. It requires either the full path or just the name of the directory. If we have to move a completely different folder on a completely different file, then we can use the entire path like this. For now, cd works. Another few commands is we can write cd ... and it will come back one folder. Now the pwd will be just nf and not nf2. Let's say we are in this folder and we want to go a different file. Let's say if we just go for cd home, Simplilearn. That's it. Right now, these are the folders in our current present working directory. We have the desktop, the documents, downloads, etc. From here, we can again go to the desktop using the same cd command, cross-check the changing of directories, and check the files again. And yes, there we go, nf. How do we know this? What are the commands that are used to show the files and folders? That folder is known as the ls command. ls can be used to view the contents of a directory. By default, this command will display the contents of your current working directory. If we add some other parameters, we can find the contents of other directories as well. There are some hidden files as well in Linux which cannot be showed just with ls. For example, if we just go to cd etc, which is a configuration folder for Linux, if we write ls now, these are the files that can be seen. If we want to see the hidden files, we'll have to add one more parameter here like ls-a, and as you can see, the number of files have increased this time around. There are other things as well that we can see with Linux. ls-al will show the hidden files along with some of the parameters and some of the permissions that has been provided for each file. As you can see, many of these files have root access. Some of them can write, some of them can read. It differs file to file, and the ls-al command is used to check each of these files' permission and change them accordingly if needed. The next command that we can look for is the cat command or concatenate. It is one of the most frequently used commands, and it is used to list the contents of a file on the output. For example, let's say if I have a file at the desktop. In this nf2 folder, I will create a document, create an empty file, e-file. I'll open up the document and I'll write it as hello Kali. I will save this up. Now, to change the directories from etc to nf2, we have already discussed how to use the cd command using just the folder name. Now, if we want to go to the entire directory, we can write cd home. As you can see, it is already prompting us to complete the name of the directory. At this point, we just have to press tab and it completes it for ourselves. Next, we already know we have to enter the desktop, nf and nf2. And this brings us to the current working directory. Here, if we press ls, we can find a file over here. Now, as discussed for the concatenate, it is used to show the contents of a file. So right now, if we press cat, which stands for concatenate, e-file. As you can see, we have written hello Kali in the text file, and we can see the output right now. We can also use it to create new files. For example, if we write cat, any file name such as e-file2. Here we can write anything. Hello Kali again. Once we press Ctrl C here, we can check e-file2 and we have hello Kali again printed over here. We can see the same using the concatenate command as well. If I press ls, you can see we have two files here, and I can go with cat e-file2 and I have hello Kali again. This is how the concatenate command works. Apart from this, it can be used to copy. There is a different command like called cp, which is used to copy the files from one place to another. Mind you, this is not moving. This is only going to copy the command. For example, currently our pwd, which is the present working directory, is in the nf2 folder, as you can see over here. Let's copy the e-file2 to the nf folder. We can write cp e-file2 and give the path of the nf folder, which will be home, Simplilearn, desktop, and nf. Now if I press ls, I'll find both the files in nf2 since I copied. To go back to the nf folder again, we can again use the same command of we can again use the home, Simplilearn, desktop, and just nf. No nf2 this time, just nf. As you can see, this will change back our present working directory. Now when we press ls, we will find the e-file2 file and the nf2 folder, and we can confirm this using the GUI as well. This is the nf folder, and you can see the nf2 folder and the e-file2 document. If I write cat e-file2, we can see the contents of the file. Now this can be done using moving as well. For example, if I go to cd nf2, which is the inside folder, it has both the document files like e-file and e-file2. Let's say I want to move the e-file completely from nf2 to nf1. Instead of writing cp, the command I'm going to use is mv e-file, and again give the path of the folder into which I have to copy, which will be again home, Simplilearn, desktop, and NF. As you can see, the contents of the NF2 have appeared here, and E file has been moved from NF2 to NF. This is the NF2, and we don't find E file here anymore. If we press cd dot dot and we go back to NF ls right now, and we can find both the files, E file that we moved and E file 2 that we copied from the NF2 folder. So this is how copying and moving will work using the terminal. Now this is just a simple one-line statement that might take a couple of clicks when using GUI. This is why the command line interface is considered to be much more streamlined for Linux operating systems. Another very important command for Linux operating system is the sudo command. Sudo is short for super user do. The command enables you to perform tasks that require administrative or root permissions. You can think of it as how we run programs as administrator on Windows systems. It is not advisable to use this command for daily use because it might be easy for an error to occur, and the permissions of root are very intricate. So new beginners are advised to use the sudo command only when absolutely necessary. For example, sudo su. With this command, I am giving this terminal a root permission. This su stands for this user. At this point, it's going to ask for my admin password. Once I enter my password, and I now have root access. Note how the password that I entered did not show up here. This is a security measure to prevent people from snooping on your root password, which is the end game of all this operating system. As you also can see, the symbol changed. If the dollar symbol is showing, it shows as a standard user. When you switch to root, you can easily see a hash symbol. This opens up a separate shell inside this terminal command. For example, we can exit out of the root user to the standard user using the command exit. And once again, we have the dollar sign and the root has vanished over here. There are some commands that will only work with administrative access. For example, when updating the Kali Linux system, we have to use apt update. As you can see, it says problem unlinking the file because permission denied. Now let's try this using sudo apt update. As you can see, it is updating the package repositories which work as the software installed on the system. This can be done using either writing the sudo command every time we want to perform a root access, or we can just write sudo su once and write apt update alone. The fetching is complete over here. For the second example, let's say I just write sudo su, and this time it's not going to ask me the password because at this current terminal process, I've already provided the root password once and it is in memory right now. Now, when we used to update the system, we had to write sudo apt update. That was because we were running it as a standard user. Now we are running it as a root user. So all we have to write is apt update and it's going to continue its work. There you go. Another command that can be useful is the ping command. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's going to be checking the internet connectivity. You can be used to check internet connectivity, or you can see if there is a local server on your system which needs to be pinged, then you can check that. For example, if we have to write ping, and we can use either IP address or domain. Let's say if we want to check that if we can access google.com using this Kali Linux installation or not, we can write ping google.com. And you can see it shows the bytes being sent and received and how much time it took to take up the request. This can be done for local systems as well. For example, this installation of Kali Linux is being run on a virtual machine. Once this machine is running, I still have my host machine running over here, the IP address of which is 192.168.29.179. If I try to ping this from here, as you can see, the time to complete the request is drastically low compared to a website on the internet, considering this is on the local network. This is how the ping command is worked, and it can show you what kind of packages are transmitted, how many are received, if there was any kind of packet loss between the connection window, and other details. A very important command when working with the terminal for a long duration is the history command. Pretty self-explanatory. There are so many commands that are being run. Sometimes people forget what was the change they did or what was the directory name they put. A history command helps to recover some of the commands that you have written. It doesn't go all the way back, but it takes up many commands that were inputted in the last few processes. This is how the history command works. These are some of the most commonly used terminal commands. If you want to learn more about this terminal and every other feature of this, please let us know in the comment section and we'll try to make an in-depth tutorial, especially if you could repeat. If you want to learn more about the terminal, please let us know in the comment section and we will try to make an in-depth tutorial specifically for terminal commands on Linux. Moving on, we learn how to configure proxy chains on our system. Proxying refers to the technique of bouncing your internet traffic through multiple machines to hide the identity of the original machine. It is a good tool that hackers use to accomplish this goal is proxy chains. Essentially, you can use proxy chains to run any program through a proxy server. This will allow you to access internet from behind a restrictive firewall which hides your IP address. Proxy chains even allows you to use multiple proxies at once by chaining them together. One of the most important reasons that proxy chains is used in a security context is that it's easy to evade detection. Attackers often use proxies to hide their true identities while executing an attack. And when multiple proxies are chained together, it becomes harder and harder for a forensic professional to trace the traffic back to the original machine. When these proxies are located across countries, investigators would have to obtain warranties in the local jurisdictions where every proxy is located. To see how proxy chain works, let's open Firefox first and check our current IP address. Write Firefox and there we go. As we can see, Firefox is now open. Let's check our current IP address right now. If we go to an address called myip.com, and you can see it easily detects our country is in India and this is a public IP address. Now, if we move to the terminal again, here we can now write proxy chains -h. What this -h does is it finds a help, it stands for the help file. This is for help file. What we found out using this is proxy chains has a config file here, etc proxychains4.conf. This is the config file found. Using this config file, we can customize how our proxy chain should work. If we want to open that, we have to use it in a text editor. On Windows, we have Notepad and other things like that, Microsoft Word to edit documents. On Linux, we have a tool called Nano. To access the Nano, we use the command nano and give the path of the file that we want to check. As of right now, the proxy chains config file is located over here. So we're going to follow the path there. chains4.conf. And here we go. We see the config file. There are three basic types of proxy chaining here. We have a strict chain where all the proxy in the list will be used and they will be chained in order. We have a random chain where each connection made through proxy chains will be done by a random combo of proxies in the proxy list. And you have a dynamic chain. It's the same as strict chain, but dead proxies are excluded from the chain. And here we can set up whichever type we want. To enable or disable a particular type, we use the hash symbol here. As you can see right now, all the lines have a hashtag symbol at the front, except this one, a dynamic chain. This is the current one being used. Let's say if I want to use a strict chain method, so I can add a hash value here and remove the hash here. At one point of time, any one of these 3-4 types should be enabled. Let's go for the dynamic chain. We can disable this strict chain by putting the hashtag in front and removing the dynamic chain. As you can see below, we have few commands to how to handle the nano text editor. This symbol is known as the control button on your keyboard. Now if we want to write out, which is synonymous to saving the file, it's supposed to go with Control O. So if I press Control O on my keyboard, it says file name to write, and we have to press enter here since we want to overwrite the proxy chains 4.conf file. We don't want to create a new file over here. So just press enter and we get a permission denied. This permission denied we're getting is because we have opened this using a standard user. etc is a system folder. To be able to make some changes, we have to use it using a sudo command. To exit this nano, we have to use the Control X command. We use Control X. We're going to clear, and this time we're going to use the sudo command. Sudo nano etc proxy chains 4.conf, and we have the same file open up again. Now this time if we want to make a change, let's say we're going to add a strict chain instead of a dynamic chain, we remove the hashtag from strict. We're going to use Control O for the save file option. We're going to press enter and it says wrote 160 lines. Again, if we want to reverse this change, we put the hashtag over here, enable dynamic chain, we press Control O, press enter, and it says wrote 160 lines. Now we can exit straight away using the Control X format. Right now we have not provided any file or a proxy chain. We can have proxy IP addresses from the internet, but we have to make sure that they are safe and they don't snoop on our data. When there is no proxy chains being provided personally, it's going to use the Tor network, but for that we have to start Tor. Tor is a service in Linux. To know more about this Tor, we can write sudo systemctl, which is used to know the status of services on the Linux operating system, and status of Tor. Systemctl, sorry, instead of stl, it should be systemctl status Tor. As you can see, it is a Tor service, anonymizing overlay network for TCP connections, and it's currently inactive. Now to start this up, we have to write sudo systemctl start Tor. Now if we repeat the same sudo systemctl status Tor, as you can see, it's active now. You can see the green logo over here. Okay. To integrate the Firefox and the browser, we can use the proxy chains command directly over here. We can write proxy chains. We can use Firefox to launch our web browser, and let's say if we want to visit google.com. We press enter and the Firefox window is launched, and it should open up google.com next. And there we go. If we go to myip.com once again, as you can see, we have a different IP address and the country is unknown as well. So this is how we can use proxy chains to anonymize internet usage when using Kali Linux. Next on our agenda is the ability to scan networks using Nmap. At its core, Nmap is a network scanning tool that uses IP packets to identify all the devices connected to a network. You can learn more about Nmap using their help file. As you can see, these are some of the parameters that can be used when scanning ports of a system. You can see the version and the URL of the service over here. The primary uses of Nmap can be broken into 3 core processes. First, the program gives you detailed information on every IP active on your network, and then each IP can then be scanned. Secondly, it can also be used to providing a lot of live hosts and open ports, as well as identifying the OS of every connected device. Thirdly, Nmap has also become a valuable tool for users looking to protect personal and business websites. Using Nmap to scan your own web server, particularly if you're hosting your website from home, is essentially simulating the process that a hacker would use to attack your site. Attacking your own site in this way is a powerful way of identifying security vulnerabilities. As we already discussed, the host Windows 10 machine on this system has an IP address of 192.168.29.179. If you want to test the OS scan of this system, we're going to first get the root permission over here. We use the sudo command, and now we are a root user. We're going to launch the command nmap -o, which is supposed to be an OS detection scan. The IP address we can use of the host system 192.168.29.179. In a legitimate penetration testing scenario, we can use the IP address of the vulnerable device over here. We are going to let it scan for a while, and it's going to give us some guesses on what can the OS be. As you can see, the scan is done, and it has shown some of the ports that are open. You can see the MSRPC port open, the HTTPS 443 port open, which is used to connect to the internet, and it has some aggressive OS guesses as well. For example, it thinks there's a 90%, 94% chance that it's going to be a Microsoft Windows XP Service Pack 3. That's partly because a lot of the Windows XP update packages are still prevalent on Windows. Now that the OS detection is confirmed, there are multiple more details that we can gather from Nmap. Let's go with the nmap -a command, which is supposed to capture as much data as possible. There is also a speed setting. You can call it a speed setting or a control setting of the -t. -t ranges from T0 to T1 to T2 all the way up to T5. This basically determines how aggressively the victim is being scanned. If you scan slowly, it will take more time to provide the results, but it will also give a less chance for the intrusion detection system on the vulnerable machine firewall to detect that someone is trying to penetrate the network. For now, if we want to go with somewhat of a high speed, we can go with the T4 and provide the same IP address of the local machine I am trying to attack. It's going to take a little bit of time since it's trying to capture a lot of information. As you can see, the results are now here. It launched a scan and took a few top ports that are most likely vulnerable from a Windows XP perspective, and it showed a few ports over here. It has not shown 991 filtered ports, which could not be attacked anyway since they were closed for outside access. It shows a few fingerprint settings like the connection policies and the port details. It shows an HTTP options, some other intricate details that can be used when you attacking its servers. It shows a VMware version that it's running and some few other ports over here. Apart from that, we also have the aggressive OS guesses over here, just like we did with the -o, and you can see this time it is showing Windows 7 as 98%. No exact OS matches, since if there was any exact OS matches, we could have seen 100% chances over here. This is a trace route. A trace route will be the time and the path a connection request takes from the source to the destination. For example, this request went from 192.168.72.2 to a destination address. Since this is a local machine, it took only a single step. On multiple occasions, if you're trying to access a remote system, it's going to be a number of trace routes when it jumps from firewall to firewall and router to router. This is how we can use Nmap to find information about a system and find some vulnerable ports we can access. Moving on, we have a tutorial on how to use Wireshark to sniff network traffic. To start using Wireshark, we're going to have to open the application first. Now, during installation of Wireshark, there is an option to enable if non-root users can be able to capture traffic or not. In my installation, I have disabled that, so I will be launching Wireshark when using the root user itself. Also, to capture data, we need an external Wi-Fi adapter. You can see it over here in the VM tab, removable devices, RE-Link 802.1 and WLAN. This is an external Wi-Fi adapter which is inserted into my USB system. You can see it over here. If I write iwconfig, this is the one, WLAN 0. This is absolutely necessary because we need to have a monitor mode required. We won't need it for sniffing data on Wireshark right now, but it's going to be necessary later on in this tutorial as well, as we will see. For now, we can just start up Wireshark by writing its name on the command line, and it should start the program. Here we go. Here it's going to check which of the adapters we want to use. For example, right now the ETH0, which is supposed to stand for Ethernet 0 port, you can see data is being transmitted up and down. We're going to select ETH0. And we have started capturing data. You can see the data request from the source to destination, from the time and which protocol it is following, everything we can see. And we can see the IPv4 flags here as well, as you can see over here. To capture internet traffic, we can try running Firefox. If we just write wikipedia.com, and you can see the number of requests increasing. Okay, this is spelling mistake. Wikipedia. Here you can see the application data of all these requests going up, and they're connected to a destination server of 102.166.224. Now, even if we check the transmission control protocol flags over here and so many more things, we cannot find anything beneficial. As you can see, the information over here is gibberish, which is supposed to be, since it's supposed to be encrypted. Now, this is possible due to this being an HTTPS website. Hence, you can see the log symbol over here, and connection is supposed to be secure. Now, what about HTTP ports? We have seen many people recommend to not visit HTTP ports. Repeat. We have seen many people recommend to not visit HTTP websites, and even if we have to visit, to not provide any critical information. For example, let's go to a random HTTP page over here. As you can see, this is saying connection is not secure, and this is an HTTP page and not HTTPS. Now, let's check for some of the information that is passing through this. This is a login form. Let's say I have a legitimate account over here. If I write my account name, and my password is supposed to be password 1234. I press login, and the password does not match because I do not have an account over here. But let's say I did, and I was logged in as expected. We can go to Wireshark. We can use filters over here. Now, all the requests that I'm sending, it's a TCP request. So I can write a filter containing TCP contains whatever string if it is being passed. Let's say for the end username, I write my account name. So I can just write my account name over here and press enter to find a request over here. Now, as you can see, there are many flags over here. If we go to the HTML form URL encoded and open up some of its flags, as you can see, I can see my account name and Simplilearn password over here. This is the same details that I input on the website. Let's say I did have a legitimate account on this website. I would have logged in with no problems, but anyone who would be using Wireshark to sniff on the data can easily get my credentials from here. This is why it's recommended to not provide any information on HTTP pages. The security is not up to the mark, and always look for the lock symbol when visiting any website or making any internet transactions or providing any information. This is how we can use Wireshark to detect transmission and sniff packet data that is being transferred to the network adapter. Next, we have to learn about what is Metasploit. The Metasploit project is a computer security project that provides information about security vulnerabilities and aids in penetration testing and IDS development. We can open up the terminal here. We're going to allow root access. And to open up Metasploit, the keyword is MSF console. It's going to take a little bit of time to start it up. Now the Metasploit console has been loaded. From here, we can decide what type of attack we want to launch and what kind of exploits we can launch against vulnerable targets. For example, like we had already discussed, I'm running this virtual machine on a Windows 10 host machine. So if I open the command prompt from my Windows 10 over here, if I need to check the IP address once, I go with ipconfig. Here you can see the IP address of this local machine. Moving on, if we have to attack that machine, let's say we want to see what kind of exploits are going to work over there. Now we already know that Windows has some common vulnerabilities. One of those vulnerabilities is the HTA server vulnerability. HTA is supposed to be a HTML application, but when passed the right payload, it can be used to open a backdoor into a system. To start off with the Metasploit and accessing such applications, we're going to use the command use exploit, and the name of the reverse HTA server is this: Windows MISC for miscellaneous HTA server. As you can see, it already found this one. Alright, now there are some options that we need to set for this exploit to go through. For example, you can see some of the options over here. There is the payload. The payload is supposed to be the malicious file that we are going to send on the HTML application, which allows us to give the backdoor. For example, right now the payload, which is the malicious file, is a Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP. Completely understandable. Now let's set the L host. L host and R host and SRV host should be the one where we are going to launch the attack from. For example, if we launched another tab of this console and we just press ifconfig, the IP address is 192.168.72.130. So we're going to set the L host as 192.168.72.130, and we're going to do the same thing with SRV host. We're going to set a port where we need to capture the backdoor access. Next, the payload has already been set. This payload will launch a backdoor and give us Meterpreter access to the system. Meterpreter can be considered as an upgrade of a normal command prompt shell. We will look into it once we get the access in the first place. Now that we have set the commands, we can press on exploit and press enter. Now you can see we have a URL over here. We're going to copy this URL Once the URL is copied, we take it into the browser and paste it. This will ask us to download this file. Now, as per browser security settings, this file should be blocked by default. We can decide to keep it, and with the correct formulation of this malicious package, even the website browser antivirus softwares will not be able to detect good payloads. We're going to save this file and we're going to open it. Publisher could not be verified. If we press run and we go back to our Meterpreter access over here, you can see it has already captured a URL of an HTTP server and it is writing delivering payload. Just have to wait for a few seconds till the payload is delivered. It has sent this much amount of data. Meterpreter session 1 is opened. and we should get the access soon. There we go. Now, to understand where is the session set, we can write sessions -i. As you can see, it has a metadata over here. We're going to write sessions -i. The session ID is 1, so we're going to write 1. And we have the metadata access. Now, to get a fair idea of the system, we're going to write sysinfo, and it's going to the computer name, the OS, architecture, all these things. We can write the help command to see what are the things that we can get out of the system. We can take screenshots, we can control the webcam and start a video chat. We can take a lot of things over here. There are other commands as well where we can change the file directory, like the cat command, cd command. There are so many things that work in the normal CMD which we can run on the metadata as well. Now, if we want to access this command prompt of the system directly, we can go with this. We have to write shell, and there we go. We are in the downloads folder right now. To see if this is the same computer or not, we're going to write ipconfig. As you can see, it is our victim machine with 192.168.29.171. We can just press exit, and we're back with the metadata access. This is how we can use metadata and Metasploit to gain access to a Windows 10 machine. Next, let's take a look at how we can get root access from a Windows 10 system. We just learned how we can get a metadata access from a system. We can background this metadata session by writing background and pressing enter. We can still see the sessions -i. It's still present over here. Now, these kind of access are not administrative access. These are the kind of backdoors that can be created for standard users. But to get a complete access of a system, including the program files, the Windows documents, we need to have root access or administrative access. To do that, we're going to use another exploit. Reminder that the metadata session of the standard access is already present and we're not messing with it right now. We're going to set up another session, albeit with the same machine. That exploit name is use exploit Windows local bypass UAC event viewer. And there we go. Now, if we check the options that we can put in the system, we have to choose an exploit target. We need to put a session as well. Let's say we're going to use the session 1. This is the session that has the metadata access with the standard user. It doesn't have the system user. We're going to write set session 1 and we're going to run exploit. Run a few commands and it opened a second metadata session. As you can see, it is the session 2. If I write sysinfo, you can still see I'm not the system user right now. I'm still just a normal user. How can we check that? If you go to shell, I can still see users JNB downloads, all these things. If I press exit, go back to the metadata. There is a command on metadata, get system. It attempts to elevate your privilege to that of the local system, which basically means you get promoted into root access. So if we write get system, and due to pipe impersonation, we now have the system root access. As you can see, now it has become x64 and we are the admin users. Now if I go to shell, I can easily go back, Windows, and I can easily access these things. This kind of control over the Windows folders and the program files folders, these kind of things are not possible if you are not an admin access or the command prompt has not been run with admin permissions. This is how we can use privilege escalation to get into an admin access system. We use the second exploit, which was the bypass UAC event viewer exploit, and essentially used it with the first session. As you can read here, Windows escalation UAC protection bypass. It was first disclosed on 2016, but it still works on some systems. This is how we can get root access on a Windows 10 installation. Hope you learned something new today.
We are diving into 50 Linux commands that are absolute must-knows for anyone using this powerful operating system. So let's get started. And the first thing we have to do is open the terminal. So we'll just press Ctrl+Alt+P, and here's a terminal, and we'll get started with the commands now. So the first command we'll see here is ls. So what does ls do? It lists all the files and directories in the current directory. So as you can see, we are on the home screen only, so it has listed all them, that is desktop, documents, downloads, music, pictures, public, snap, templates and videos. As you could see, so this is the home screen, and these are the directories that are listed in the home, and that this ls command has provided all the directories here. And I'm running the Ubuntu on the VirtualBox for your information. So if you have the Ubuntu installed on your system, so it's well and good. And I was using Windows, so I use the VirtualBox to install the Ubuntu, and here we are running all the commands. And if we use ls-al, so it will give all the hidden directories also, hidden stuff. So these are the hidden stuff that was there, so it has listed them also. So now moving on to the next command, that would be pwd. And what does the pwd command do? It prints the current working directory where we are working. So pwd, so we are at home, Abhisar Ahuja, so this is our current working directory. And now we'll see the next command, that is cd. And what does it does is change the directory. If you want to move to any directory, you can just write cd and the name of the directory, and we'll see which one will go to documents. We'll just write documents and press enter. So now we are in the documents directory, and with the command cd ... we will jump back to the previous directory, that is cd space ... now you have been redirected to the previous directory, that is home only. And if you want to just get back to home, you can just write cd space and click on, you will get back to the home, as we are already on the home, so we have not changed any directory. And the next command would be mkdir, that is to create a new directory. So for that we'll just write mkdir and the name of the new directory what you want to create. So I will create the new directory with the name Abhisar. So we have created the new directory. You can check here that Abhisar that has been created. And if you want to remove that directory, you just have to use the command rmdir space Abhisar and press enter, and that directory would be removed from there. That has been removed. And now we'll see the command to create a file, and this is the easiest way to create any file. So we'll just use the touch command, that is to create a file, and after touch you just have to write the name of the file. So I'll write abhisar.txt. So we'll see, so the txt file has been created here. So here we have cleared the terminal, and now we'll see another command to create a file, that is cat. So just write cat greater than symbol and the name of the file, that would be abhisar2.txt. okay, and press enter. And now you can write the content you want to insert in this file. So I'll write my name is Abhisar, and today I am creating a video on Linux. Okay, and after writing this you just have to press Ctrl and D. So this will be inserted into your file. So after pressing the Ctrl+D, this content has been inserted, so we can just check it. You can see here that the content is already been inserted in the file. Okay, so moving back, now we'll see the next command, that is echo. And echo is mainly used to get something to display in the terminal only, or you just want to talk to yourself, you can use the echo command. So here I will write echo in inverted commas. I will write Simplilearn and press enter. You could see that it has written Simplilearn, so it get backs the text or anything you want to display on the terminal only. And now we will see another command, that is cp, and that is used to copy files or directories. So here we'll use the command cp, and here we'll copy a file, that is abhisar2.txt into documents. So for that we'll write cp, after that the name of the file, that is abhisar2.txt, and then the folder name, that was documents, and then enter. Now we'll check in the documents, we have the abhisar2.txt file, and that has been copied into that. And the next command is mv. So if you want to move any file into any directory, you just write mv, and we have the file, that is abhisar.txt. This file we will also move into documents. So we'll just write the name of the file, that is abhisar.txt and .txt, and the name of the directory in which you want to move it. So that is documents slash, and then enter. And now we'll check it. So you can see that it has been moved. So it has been moved from home to documents. And now we'll see another command, that is rm, that is to remove any file or directories. So from the documents only we'll remove the file abhisar2.txt. okay, so here we'll write rm abhisar2.txt, and from where you want to remove it, that is documents. Okay, it's a directory. Okay, so we'll just write this command. We are in the home, so first we'll move to documents, cd documents, and here we will remove the file, that is rm abhisar2.txt, and now if we see, that has been removed from here. And now we'll see another command, that is nano, and that is also used to create a file, or if you have the exact file, what file name you will enter here, if it's there it will open that, or else it will create a new file. So we'll write abhisar3.txt, enter, and here you can directly like edit the file, or you could just write the file. So you could edit it here and write anything, that is we are learning Linux, and to save it we'll just press Ctrl X, Y, and then enter. So it has been saved. We are learning Linux. So this is also the mode to create a file, and you would just go with the editor directly and you could just enter in the file, and then to save it you just have to press Ctrl X, Y, and enter. And now the next command, that is shred command. If you want to hide something, or you don't want to show any content in a file to anyone, so you will just write or use the shred command, that is shred, and after that file name, that is file name abhisar3.txt, and press enter, and we'll use cat to open that, that is abhisar3.txt, and press enter. You can see that it won't show any content to anyone. So after that we'll see another command, that is htop, and what does it do is like it's not found here and it's not installed. So if you want to install it, you could just write this command, that is sudo install htop and press enter, and now it's asking for password. And now moving on to the next command, we will create another window for that. Close these windows, close this terminal, and in this terminal we will use the command less, and this command is used to view the contents interactively of the file. So we'll use less and see the contents of abhisar.txt. Press enter. So you could see that the contents are I am Abhisar, and you could see that the content is I am Abhisar. And now we will see another command, and for that we'll create a new window and close the previous terminals, and in the new terminal we'll use the grep command that is used to search for specific patterns or words within the files. So grep and then the special term, that is Abhisar, will search, and then the file name, that is abhisar.txt, and press enter. So it will return the full sentence in which that pattern is found, that is I am Abhisar, and you could see in the file that we have Abhisar text, and that is in the line I am Abhisar, and it has returned us that. And when we go to the next command, we'll use the find command, and with the find command you could search for various files or directories based on a given criteria. So we will find the abhisar.txt file here, and like it has returned that we are in the documents only, and it has returned the abhisar.txt file. So this was about the find command. And moving on to the next command, that is to change file access permissions, and that command is chmod. So missing operand, so we have to add the operand also, that is chmod, and we'll write 755 and the name of the file, that is abhisar.txt, and press enter. So the permissions of the file have been changed here. And what does this indicate? So we have set the file permissions of abhisar.txt file to read, write and execute for the owner, and read and execute for others here. And if you want to change the ownership of the file, we will cut यहाँ पे. And now moving to the next terminal, and here we will use the command gzip, that is to compress the files. So gzip and then the name of the file, that is abhisar.txt, and press enter. So it has been compressed, you could see that it has been compressed. And to uncompress or decompress the compressed files, we'll just write the command gunzip and then the name of the file, that is abhisar.txt, and it has been compressed, so the extension has been changed .gz, and now if you see that has been decompressed. So now we will use another command, and now we will see another command, that is date. So we'll just write date, and you could see that the date has been printed. And then we have command who am I, and it will just showcase the current username, that is Abhisar Ahuja. And the next command is which, and that is to locate a program or command in the system path. You could just write history to get all the commands that you have executed in today's terminal. And there's another command, that is uptime. So what does it indicate? Is it displays system uptime and load average. So system has been up from which time or how much time, so that is uptime. And then there is another command, that is df, that is to display disk space usage. And then we have another command du, that is to display disk usage by file or directory. So this directory has been using 12 memories. And the next command is uname. So uname is used to check the complete OS information of the system. So we are using Linux here, so it has provided Linux over here. And now moving on to the next command, that is clear command. If we use the clear command, so all the things in the terminal would be cleared. So the next command is man command. The man command displays a user manual for any commands or utilities available in the terminal. So we'll just write man ls, and so these are the commands that are present in the terminal, including their name, description and options. And now moving on to the next command, that is we will use the wget command to help me download the files from the internet. So for that, if I want to download a YouTube video, just open the Firefox browser. So we'll just copy the URL from here and get back to a terminal and use the command wget and paste the URL here and press enter. So you could see that it has downloaded the file for us. And there's another, and we will open a new terminal for the command, that is shutdown command. And for that you would just write shutdown space and now and press enter, and the system will be shut down now only. Or you could just write shutdown and the exact time at which time you want to shut down the system, so it will shut down at that point. So these were the commands for the Linux.
If you are a Linux developer or you are preparing for a Linux developer role, so this video is for you. Hello everyone and welcome back to another video by Simplilearn. This is Anubhav, and in this video we will be learning about Linux interview questions. But before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon so you will never miss any update from Simplilearn. So without further ado, let's begin and see what's in it for you. First, we will see the introduction to Linux. After that, we will see trends and recent changes in Linux commands. Moving ahead, we will see how to become a Linux developer. After that, we will see the opportunities and salaries of Linux developers. And after that, we will see Linux command interview questions. Linux platform gives its open source natures has integrated a wide range of innovation minds who have given their best to introduce world-changing ideas into reality. Linux is basically an operating system which is popular for its efficiency as well as its performance. It can run on various hardware platforms manufactured by IBM, Intel and HP. Now, let's see some trends and recent changes in Linux commands. Linux is supercomputing. The development and deployment of Linux-powered supercomputers is a trend that shows no signs of abating given the flexibility structure of the Linux system as well as the compatibilities it has. The usage of Linux as a supercomputer operating system is guaranteed to remain one of the most important Linux trends in 2022. Let's see the next point, new Linux-based hardware. The Linux platform has gained a repulsion since Raspberry Pi and Chromebooks gained the attention of the particular domain of viewers. These Linux-based components are breaking new grounds as the new pass. Thanks to their small form size and ability to perform routine tasks with ease, the platform has now witnessed advanced implementations throughout the prior calendar year. Now, the next point we will be discussing is the cloud and the Linux. Although Linux is popular in the technological community, it is going to continue to increase in popularity in line with the open-minded techniques of 2022. As cloud-based technologies and the Linux system are so interconnected, the Linux system is expected to grow with the cloud-based alternative. Now, let's see the next point, which is Chromebooks and Chrome OS. Chrome OS has transformed into the most flexible operating system available in the market. Chrome OS just obtained the ability to connect with Google Play Store and run just about any Android app, giving user one of the most strange WebSocket experience possible. Taking into consideration the improvements on the operating system, it is too soon going to be on a quick survey towards possibilities becoming the most flexible platform compatible on running Android and Linux softwares. Now, let's see how to become a Linux developer. Let us take a look at the required skills needed to make a career as a Linux developer. First one is learn C programming. The first and the foremost thing which is needed is learn C programming. Most of the part of Linux are written in C. If you want to contribute low-level parts of the system, you should know the assembly language as well. However, intentionally, it is important to learn the C language. Next step is to learn algorithms and data structure. To become a Linux developer, you should have a fundamental knowledge of data structure and algorithms, and algorithm is basically a step-by-step approach to solve a particular problem. On the other hand, data structure works on organization's data. Both these components help the programmers to solve the problem within a minute. The next step you should learn is operating system. Now that you have acquired some knowledge of the programming, the next thing on your to-do list should be learn everything about the operating system. And then do some programming. Competitive programming can help you master algorithms and data structures. It also shows you how to solve a program in a short period of time. A competitive programmer must be able to solve an issue in a short amount of time. Now, let's see the opportunities and salaries of Linux programmers. When it comes to Linux professionals, you have two choices. You can either work towards becoming a developer or you can go into administration. Furthermore, the professional options are not limited to Linux platform. They encompass the wide range of application. The following are the areas where hiring managers are looking for hiring Linux developers. First one is system architecture. Linux system architecture salary in India ranges between 6.3 lakhs to 44 lakhs with an average annual salary of 21.1 lakhs. The next one is system administration. The average salary of a system administration in India ranges between rupees 2.4 lakh per annum to rupees 4.5 lakh per annum. The next one is web developer and development. Linux developer average annual salary in India ranges from rupees 3 lakh to 8.9 lakhs. And for desktop and app development, average starting salary for Linux developer and app developer is in India is rupees 3 lakh per year. Now, we'll move ahead with the Linux command interview questions. The first question that we will discuss is what is Linux? Linux is a Unix-based open source operating system. Linus Torvalds was the first to introduce Linux. The primary goal of Linux was to give a free and low-cost operating system for people who couldn't buy Windows, iOS or Unix. Now, the next question is, define Linux kernel. Is it legal to edit Linux kernel? The answer is, the Linux kernel is a low-level software system. It is used to keep track of resources and give a user interface. Yes, it is legal to edit Linux kernel. Linux is released under the General Public License, which is GPL, and any project which is released under GPL can be edited and modified by the end users. Let's move on to the next question, which is, what is LILO? LILO denotes Linux loader. It is basically Linux bootloader which loads Linux operating system into a main memory to start execution. Most of the computer systems are featured with bootloaders for certain versions for Mac OS or Windows OS. So, if you want to use Linux OS, you have to install a special bootloader for it. When a computer gets started, BIOS conducts small initial test and transfer control to the master bootloader. From here, LILO loads the Linux OS and start it. The benefit of utilizing LILO is that it ensures a quick boot of the Linux operating system. Moving ahead, let's move on to the next question, which is, what are the basic components of Linux? The following are the basic components of Linux. First one is shell. It is a Linux interpreter which is used for executing commands. The next one is kernel. Kernel is the core part of the operating system which is used to manage hardware and operations. After that, the next one is system utilities. These are the software functions which help users to manage their computers. The next one is GUI. GUI denotes graphical user interface through which the user can interact with the system. But unlike CLI, GUI compresses buttons, images, and text boxes for interaction. The next one is application programs. Software programs are designed to complete a particular task. Now, the next question is, which shell are used in Linux? The following are the most common types of shell used in Linux. The first one is Fish. Friendly interactive shell offers some special features such as web-based configuration, fully scriptable, and auto-suggestions with clean scripts. The next one is Bash. Bourne again shell is the default for most of the Linux distributions. The next one is ZSH. Z shell offers unique features like startup files, file name generation, login or logout watching, and closing comments. The next one is CHS. C shell follows C-like syntax and has features like spelling correction as well as job control. Now, let's move on to the next question. What is swap space? Swap space is the extra space utilized by Linux to temporarily keep concurrently running processes when RAM space is sufficient. When you start a program, it is stored in RAM so that the CPU can quickly retrieve data. If you have more running programs, then RAM can accommodate. The swap space is used to store these programs. The processor will now search for the RAM and swap space for data. Swap space is used in the form of execution of RAM by Unix. Let's move on to the next question, which is differentiate between DOS and Bash. Bash is a command which is case sensitive and DOS commands are not case sensitive. In Bash, there are 8 characters for file name postfixed with 3 characters for the extension, and in DOS, no naming conventions are used. Again, Bash is used as an escape character and DOS is used in the form of directory spatter. Now, let's move on to the next question, which is, what is file permission in Linux? The following are the 3 types of permission in Linux. First one is the read. It allows its user to open and read the file. The next one is write. It allows its user to open and edit the file. And the third and the last one is execute. It allows its user to run the file. The next question is, what are inode and process ID? Inode is a unique name provided by the operating system for each file. Similarly, process ID is also a unique ID provided to each process. What are Linux directory commands? Given below are the 5 main directory commands in Linux. The first one is pwd. It displays the path of the present working directory. The next one is. List all the directories and files in the present working directory. cd. It is used for changing the present working directory. rmdir. it deletes a directory. And mkdir, it is used to create a new directory. Mkdir is also known as make directory. Now, let's move on to the next question. What are the various process states in Linux? Given below are the process states of Linux. The first one denotes ready. The process is ready to run. The second one, running, is the process has been executed. The third one is wait or blocked. This shows the process is waiting for the input. After that, it's completed or terminated. This process shows the process is completed execution or was terminated by the system. The last one is zombie. The process terminated by the information is still available in the process table. Let's move on to the next question. What are process management system calls? The following are the system calls used to manage the process. The first function is fork function. It is used for creating a new process. The next is a exec function, which is used for executing a new program. The third one is a wait function. Wait until the process completes the execution. After that, it's exit function. It is used to exit from the process. After that, it's getPID function. Get the unique process ID of the process. And the last one is getPPID function. Gets the parent process unique ID. Let's move on to the next question. What are the redirection operators? The redirection operator is used for redirecting the output of the specific command as an input to another command. The following are the two ways to use this. The first one is this symbol, which is overwrites the file's existing content or creates a new one. The second one is this symbol, which shows the add the new content to the end of an existing file or create a new one. Let's move on to the next question, which is explain a latch. A latch is a temporary storage of device that is controlled by a training signal, which can be either stored as 0 or 1. A latch is primarily used to retain state information and has two stable states, high output or 1 or low output or 0. As long as a latch is powered on, it can store one piece of data. The next question is, what is microprocessor? A microprocessor is a device which is used for execution instructions. It is a single chip device that fetches the instructions from the memory, decodes it, and executes it. The following are the three basic functions which are carried out by a microprocessor. The first one is addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division are example of mathematical operations. The next one is make decision based on the circumstances and then jump to the new different instructions as needed. Last one is move data from one position in memory to another. Now, let's move on to the next question. How to rename files in Linux? There is no such particular command for renaming a file in Linux. However, you can use the copy or move command to renew a file. The first command which we use is move command. We write it like $MV, which denotes at move, old name, and then the new name of the file. Like this only, we will write a copy command. In that, there will be a $CP means copy, old name of the file, and then the new name of the file. Like that only, if we want to delete a command, we'll write $RM, which denotes as remove, and the file name. Let's move on to the next question. How to write the output of a command to a file? You have to use the redirection operator. To do this, write $, the command which you want to use, and the greater sign, and then the file name. The next question is how to copy files to a floppy disk. The following steps will guide you to copy file to a floppy disk. The first one is mount to floppy disk. The second one is copy the files. And the last one is unmount the floppy disk. Let's move on to the next question. How should we identify which shell you are using? Open the terminal and run $echo, which is echo, and then again $, and shell all in capital. Let's move on to the last and final question for this interview question series. How would you sort the entities in a text file in ascending order? You can do this by using the sort command. For this, you have to write the $, sort sample.txt. Sample.txt is the file name that I am using here. You can use the name of your file which you want to do ascending order operation.
Now with that, we have come to the end of our full course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn. Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, you can check the description box below.